Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Board of Education. The meeting is called to order at 4 p.m. in open session. Tonight, we have requests addressing closed session items. While the meetings of the governing board are not public meetings, they are open to the public. Individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. And the board will limit the total time for public input on each item to 21 minutes as per board bylaw 9322.2. Dr. Kirsten Robinson, would you please approach the podium?
Thank you. Good afternoon, board and cabinet. I'd like to bring up an issue that we will be addressing in labor negotiations, but because of the nature of it, I'd like to address it now. And when you go in closed session, I'd like you to speak about it. And that's the concern for safety. We have members that have contacted us regarding their concerns about their own safety. And when I looked into it, it affected not only them as teachers, but it affected me as a parent because I had a child who was in a situation where his safety was compromised. And that is our protocols toward active shooter. And I thought, well, okay, district is doing training, and so probably we're going to address some of these concerns. The problem is they actually weren't. One of the things that we have a problem with is that we have students that are outside all day long. And when I had active shooter training yesterday, and what we were told essentially by the people that you employed to talk to us is that we'd have to figure it out ourselves. That's very concerning for me because we had active shooter training about 5 years ago, and it kind of was the same thing. Run, hide, fight. But my kid was on Mayfair's yard. Where does he run? Where does he hide? And what does he fight with? And what do the teachers do? I was there on October 11th, 2 days before the last board meeting, well, 1 day before the last board meeting, for an IEP. I just as easily could be there to identify the body of my kid as to talk about the services that he needed to be able to excel at school. Because what happened that day is there was an apparent possible shooter across the street, and so they locked down the school, but they didn't tell the PE teachers. They didn't know. When we had our training yesterday, the guy said, you have about 10 minutes. The window's about 10 minutes before you've got somebody there to help you. They didn't know for 10 minutes that they were on lockdown. A teacher called a kid and said, tell your PE teacher to check her email. Well, when we're teaching, I don't check emails. And a PE teacher wouldn't be checking an email outside. There was no warning. There was absolutely no warning. If there was actually a shooter, they were on the tennis court. Somebody could just gone by and they said, don't cluster. In PE, they're all clustered. So they're doing everything that the active shooter training tells us not to do. Kids are outside. There was no forewarning. They had nowhere to know where to go. And then we got an email saying that everything was fine and the lockdown, and this is not an affront to the principal. A principal of a school that size should not have to figure this kind of stuff out. I appreciate that you're getting people in place to address these issues. The problem is we're not going to negotiate we're not going to sunshine until March, and we're not going to be negotiating probably until April or May. What if something happens between now and then? And before that, he said, you want to look at students. The problem with mental health in this era is a child who is mentally ill can back themselves out of care. So we need to be looking at what's happening before. We have kids that are harming kids in class, bullying kids in class. Those become the school shooters. We need to be addressing that issue, and we need to be addressing safety. How do you let people know something's happening at the same time? We can't unpack this. We got to triage it first, figure out where the problems are, and you got to know where they are, so you've got to be asking your people, not just assuming you think you know. The people making the decisions are so far removed from what's happening that they're not actually addressing what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Stewart, can you please take roll call?
Ms. Dizion, Dr. El Hassan,
Present.
Ms. Armstrong,
Present.
Mr. Critchfield,
Present.
Mrs. Garza,
Present.
and I, Ms. Stewart, am present.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. At this time, the board will recess to closed session. Open session will resume at approximately 6 p.m. Welcome back, everyone. Tonight's meeting of the Board of Education was called to order at 4 p.m. in open session, and the board then adjourned to closed session at 4:04 p.m. We will now reconvene the meeting in open session at 6 p.m. Board Clerk Amy Stewart will update us on closed session topics.
Good evening. The topics discussed in closed session were student matters, pending litigation, anticipated litigation, and the board did not take any action in closed session tonight. Thank you.
Replacement pages for items 10.2 and 10.5 are on the back table. Public comments and non-agenda items. Tonight, we have requests addressing non-agenda items. While meetings of the governing board are not public meetings, they are open to the public. Individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item, and the board will limit the total time for public input on each item to 21 minutes as per board bylaw 9322.2. Can I please have Derek Bedell come to the podium?
Good evening. Item 10.3 this evening discusses, I believe it's 10.3, discusses the fields projects at Mayfair High School and the 3 different options that are available at the present time. I wanted to approach this from, I think everybody in the room agrees that the facilities currently at Mayfair High School are below the average facilities of the local community. In fact, in the research that I've done, Mayfair High School, Bellflower Unified hasn't updated or has the only facility, one of only 2 facilities within 15 miles that have not been upgraded in recent years. Presently, we understand that everybody is looking to upgrade those facilities for our students, our student athletes. But one of the things that needs to be done is one of the problems with public school districts currently is we're losing enrollment. One of the big keys to losing enrollment is that at Mayfair is that our facilities are substandard to the teams we compete against and the schools from a physical education standpoint. And at present time, we average, just in my football program alone, we lose upwards of 30 student athletes every year to local schools like Warren, Downey. I'm not even including the schools like St. John Bosco or Mater Dei that are in a totally different class when it comes to their athletics. But teams that we compete with, Gar High School has recently updated their facilities. The majority of Long Beach Unified has either completed their facilities or are continuing to finish those facilities. But we're losing 25 to 30 for just football players that attend Mayfair High School in the 7th and the 8th grade. I'm not even talking about kids that want to come into the programs, the athletic programs that we do offer. So these are students on our own campuses that we're not able to facilitate their needs or their families' needs because of the concerns regarding the athletic facilities for athletes, but also the physical education facilities in general. So if we're talking about school and student enrollment, which is driving public high schools in the state of California, public schools in general in the state of California, if we don't address this situation in our school district, we are continue to see lower enrollment. And that is a problem for all sports, but it's also a problem for the schools and the school districts because the whole point is to service the kids in our community. And right now, with the facilities that we have, we're not able to service those. So I hope you take into consideration the student enrollment aspect of this when we're talking about allocating funds. All 3 options are beautiful. I prefer option 1, but that is a totally different situation. And I understand that there's plenty of finances that are going to have to be allocated for that. And I just think that we got to take into consideration the entire community when we address the fields and not just necessarily the wants and needs of certain individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bedell. May I please have Mr. Dennis Guerra come to the podium?
Good evening to the board and to our district office personnel. I'm the athletic director at Mayfair High School, and I want to come up and say thank you for bringing this to the table, that you're going to be talking about this project. This is my 10th year as athletic director and a teacher in the district, and the end of my first year, we had a big meeting where this was proposed and introduced as going to be happening. So I've been waiting for 10 years, and plenty of people have been waiting longer. So we're excited about it. I do have Coach Derek Bedell. We have Coach Guillermo Bopel, who is related to track and cross country here. And I come with the support of our softball, baseball, and other outdoor sports coaches who couldn't make it tonight, just to encourage you to look at number 1 of the 3 options. And I would actually say number 1 plus, because I believe that there are some things missing on those original plans, that there were not discussions done with coaches at Mayfair High School, athletic director at Mayfair High School prior to my presence. They weren't talked to. So I think that it's an actual opportunity to get it right, and it might be number one plus, whatever that might cost to get it right. And if we do it right, we're going to reach the mark. Just my only example, and I'll be done. The Oakland Raiders were the laughingstock of the NFL because of their facilities, and now, despite their weak appearance on the field, their current facilities are what everybody's striving to achieve. It's either SoFi or Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, and so they can go from the laughingstock to the icon, and I hope that we do that here with Mayfair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. May I please have Ms. Anne Marie Sharp?
All right, good evening, Board of Education. Good evening, district administrators. Try your best. That's a motto that we use frequently in our class. We're a unified physical education. Our athletes are differently abled, and their partners sign up for the class because they think they're going to be the helpers. The true beauty comes as the partners are often in awe of our athletes and their abilities. To us, we are the lucky ones because we get to observe the students growing together. Tonight, I come here as an adapted physical education specialist, a proud teacher that has served students in my 20-plus years in the district at every school site with the exception of 2. Every student deserves safe environments, safe fields, safe facilities. My students go to school in Long Beach, and my 11-year-old daughter in the 6th grade has better physical education facilities than any of our school sites. She's on rowers, she's on ellipticals. That's what physical education needs to be today. We're in 2023, and we need those facilities so we can educate the future, because they get to go to gyms, they get to go to specialized fitness facilities and participate in things they want to do. As an endurance athlete, I spent many hours training for triathlon, and luckily I've had these awesome facilities to train in. I had a great physical education environment growing up. So tonight, I'm just coming to ask the BUSD administrators and the board to try your best. Try your best in updating the facilities at Mayfair, because all students deserve that right to safe and successful facilities. Please try your best for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Amendments to the agenda. Do we have any amendments to this evening's agenda?
Yes, we do. Give me 1 second. Yes, we have 2 corrections this evening. Agenda item 12.13, amendment to annual contract listings and agreements to 2023-24 fiscal year on page 2. There is a word missing under Dale Scott. That word exceed is missing from the amount section. It is corrected. If it's corrected, it should read proceeds of the bonds sale not to exceed $30,000. Our last correction is on agenda item 13.1, request for secondary extended field learning experience. Information listed was Bellflower High School's vocal ensemble is traveling to Austin, Texas from March 24 to 29 to participate in BHS Ensemble Tour 2024. This information was added in error and was previously listed on the October 12th meeting. So those are the amendments.
Thank you, Dr. Dradi. Do I have a motion to approve the amendments of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Dizon? Present?
Yes or aye, or a no if you're opposed to the motion.
Thank you. Yes. Dr. Alhassan?
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. We now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, our new student board member, Ms. Elise Dizan, will lead the flag salute.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Presentations from staff, students, and the community. PTA does not have a report tonight. It's time for BTA communications. Can we please have Ms. Carrie McDaniel come to the podium?
Good evening, President Garza, board members, Dr. Girardi, and cabinet. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Bellflower Teachers Association to give you an update of what teachers have been up to over the past month. Elementary teachers are busy working on trimester grades as the trimester ends on November 3rd, and parent-teacher conferences took place at the end of September. Secondary teachers had quarter grades due October 6th. School activities like homecoming, Red Ribbon Week, trunk or treats, meet the masters, and athletics have kept us busy. BTA has started site visits this month with visits to Bellflower, Ramona, Washington, Williams, and Bay. Again, thank you to Dr. Girardi for approving our release requests for our BTA executive board members to be able to have the time to visit each site. Our goal is to collect feedback from teachers for what is working, what is not, solutions, concerns, and disaggregate the information to share out. As BTA president, I attended the STEAM building celebration with all of you. I enjoyed visiting the wood shop, making those bugs, and visiting the rooftop garden. It was really great to see the community come out to support this awesome building. I have continued to meet regularly with Dr. Girardi and have recently started meeting with Dr. Avila and Mrs. Hogin as well. BTA and CSCA met with President Garza, Vice President Critchfield, Ms. Carter, and Dr. Girardi in the Alliance meeting last week. We are very happy to bring these meetings back to help improve the feedback, conversation, and problem-solving loop. BTA continues to support teachers, and we look forward to working with all of you to make BUSD the best place for our students, teachers, and staff possible. I leave you with this quote that is on our slide this month. Teachers are those who help find strengths, wipe away tears, overpower demons, and conquer fears. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. McDaniel. Superintendent report.
Yes. I would like to update the board regarding appointment of the third student board member. Our new student board member for Somerset Las Flores will be officially sworn in during the meeting scheduled for November 16th. So I wanted to kind of loop back on that. I also want to speak to some of the safety concerns we've experienced over the last 2 weeks. I realize this is a scary time for many people, given the violence we are seeing across the nation and the world. I want to assure everyone that ensuring the safety of our students and staff as best as we can is a top priority. It is imperfect. It's an imperfect science to predict what can and will happen, but we certainly plan as many scenarios as we can. I sent out a message to the community about some of the items we have implemented, some of the items that we are implementing, and some of the items we are considering. I realize we have to get more information out there for people to understand the full picture of what we're trying to accomplish. I'm hoping that through our alliance meetings and an establishment of a calendar next school year, that will allow for staff to come together more often for professional learning and establish a consensus, and also establishing some of the standing operating procedures. It will help us with our communications and so on. What I'm seeing here is the inability to meet on a regular basis with staff at our sites and all that to be able to communicate some of these processes. So but that will be solved hopefully by next year. So I'm looking forward to that. And that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Girardi. We'll move on to board communications. Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you, Board President. Hello? Okay, thank you, Board President. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out and participating in this meeting. I did attend the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. We had a social. We just called it a social, but it was another meeting, and it was held in West Covina. I also attended a 7th annual conference for the California Association of Black School Educators. So that's what I did over the weekend. And our topic there was defying the odds. And again, you guys know I'm a special education teacher, and we offered plenty of workshops with differing subjects. I also co-presented with Dr. Sue on a topic on Americans with Disabilities Act, and that was it. All right, I'll keep it short.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Hassan.
Thank you. Well, my week started off by attending the bond meeting with Dr. Durati and the representatives at that time. I asked a lot of questions in regards to the fiscal impact for our district. Also, I found out that also Cerritos College is going to be going for the bond the same time we are going to be going for a bond, so I was concerned in regards how that's going to be perceived by the community. So those were some of the questions that I was asking and wanted to get clarification on. So we'll see as we move forward. I'm concerned that once we do the expenditures on just initially finding out whether it's a positive thing to move forward to or not, whether it's money well spent for the district. The other thing is, along with Board Member Armstrong, we presented at, as she mentioned, California School Board Association for Black Educators, and it was basically empowering students of color with disabilities through the Americans with Disabilities Act, and it was creating advocacy, creating equity through advocacy. We had really great attendance, and many of the participants at our presentations were engaged, asking questions, which they're going to take back. And one of the final questions I had asked our participants is, what did you learn in this presentation they can take back to your district? And one person said 508, which it has to do with making sure all websites are accessible. It's a new now law that's legislated and actually falls under our preview under the Governor's Commission on Disability Access. So she was going to make sure that the contract that they signed was in alignment with that. So I felt it was positive, and also Board Member Armstrong did a great job offering her expertise in the field and working special ed. I also met with our city manager here in the city of Bellflower. As part of my role as a commissioner, we're looking at developing a citizens advisory group for people with disabilities through the city to making sure we have greater access throughout the city, whether it's in parks and recreation, which I want to encourage everyone who has children to provide input on the new parks. They're going to be doing a massive renovation on all the parks throughout the city. Also, again, as part of my commission work with Janice Hahn on public social services, I want to reiterate that the foster youth, we have extensive funds that are available for CalFresh. And so I want to make sure that we put out the message to our foster parents that they are eligible to receive these funds to support their students and avoid food scarcity. Finally, I was, as part of my role with the Women's Club, I'm sponsoring, along with my other two representatives of the Women's Club, community psych students from Long Beach State, and they're working on a foster youth project which we are supporting at the Women's Club. So we'll be serving as their mentor and advisor as they do more outreach in our community for the foster youth. And that's pretty much, I think, what I was involved with. I'd like to leave a final quote. We don't grow when things are easy. We grow when we face challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hudson. Board Member Stewart.
Good evening. So on Friday the 13th, I went to the Paramount versus Bellflower Friendship Bowl, the football game, and our board was invited by the Paramount Unified School District Board and their superintendent and staff, and they had a reception for us for their homecoming, and it was super awesome. Bellflower won 32-14, and it just was a really good event. It was fun to see everyone from Bellflower and Paramount. Those are both of my families. Last week, I also want to say Bellflower won 16-10 against Linwood for the league championship. So congrats on back-to-back league champions, and let the postseason begin. And also a big congrats to the Mayfair Flag football team, who were also league champions as well. On October 16th, I attended the BTA site rep meeting, and I just kind of went to listen to positives, concerns. I actually collaborated with Dr. Jati yesterday about the things that we talked about in that meeting, and there are still ongoing concerns, and so I hope we continue to talk about these and collaborate these. Some of those are communication, especially with administration to teachers and staff, safety, wanting additional security, discipline procedures, maintenance and facilities, ACs were a big topic, staffing, combo classes, APs, aides, and protocols and systems in each site. And I'm going to kind of try to explain this. I've been taking my CSBA conferences and my classes, and they explained this to me, and it really made a lot of sense to me. And I think of it as if we gave all of you guys a Monopoly game, and we gave you all the board, the pieces, and everything, and we didn't give you any rules, and we just said, here, go play. What would you do? You would make up your own rules, right? So it basically was saying that we need protocols and we need to have rules that are important, and we need classroom procedures. Our teachers use CHAMPS. They have discipline. We have all these things in place, and we want the same, and our teachers want the same top down. They want it from our board. They want it from our superintendent. They want it from our district staff. So direction is important, and I think listening to these teachers, we want direction, protocols, and we want solutions. And so that was what I took out of my meeting with them. On October 18th, I attended the CTA NEA Southeastern dinner. That was really nice. On October 19th, I attended a safety committee meeting for Paramount Unified. And the reason I'm reporting on this is because I felt it was an excellent meeting. It was very informative. They had 2 board members in that committee. They had executive cabinet. They had their security supervisor, union representatives, and an administrator. And I hope we have committees like that in the future. They talked about things they're implementing. They're on year 2 of the push button. They talked about the great shakeout. They talked about all of these things, and they had all of us in attendance to talk about it and then spread the word to the community. So I've been here almost 10 months now, almost a year, and I haven't seen that, so I hope that's something that we start to see in our district. On October 20th, I attended the Ernie Pyle Trunk or Treat. This was literally the hardest thing I've done as a board member because I was a judge for their Halloween costume, and they were so amazing. It was so difficult. There were so many cute costumes and trunks, and I just really love this event. I love spending time with our community members. Mrs. Cummings, she's a really great leader, and she's so kind to our kids, so I thank her. And bonus, I had some great Salvadorian food, and I just had a really good time with our community. So that was a really nice event. And lastly, on October 16th and 23rd, and I'm continuing these for the next 2 Mondays, I have been taking my courses, like I said, and just a few takeaways. One, there are 6 members of a team, the school board members and our superintendent, and that relationship between our board and our superintendent are very important, and we need to work together and we need to understand our roles. As a board member, we should find our own values. Mine were leadership, accountability, and growth. Everyone had their own. Community was a big one, but we should have a vision of where we want to go and what we want to do. We should have long-range goals as well as strategic plans and goals. Board retreats are vital for those discussions to happen, so I hope that we see more of those in the future. And one thing is, we can't have too many objectives. I know there's a lot we all want to accomplish, but they talked about 2 to 5 objectives, because if you have too many, nothing's going to get solved. But if you have a few, you can attack those. One board member gave an example of they had five board members and 5 objectives, and each board member took one of those objectives and they went through it. So one lady, she had wealth and wellness, or wealth and health and wellness. Sorry, and that was super awful. Sorry, but she went there and she went and visited all the wellness areas in all the schools. She took a PE class and she went, and so she focused on that. Another board member focused on another, and between them, they reported back and they were able to collaborate and work together to solve problems. So I hope those are things that we start to do as well. I learned that to be an effective governance, we need to have trust, respect, open communication, and confidence. I believe as a board, we need to improve in those areas. So I'm excited for our own self-reflection coming up. And we need norms in how we act towards each other and how we treat each other. I think that's very important and things that we can do better here as well. Everything should be about our students and our community. And I just learned that we need to take the I and the me and we need to turn it into we, or things are not going to get accomplished. So I'm really enjoying these classes. I'm learning a lot. And again, I hope that we can implement and do good things for our district, our students, parents, staff, and our employees. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. I know we have a lot to get through tonight, so I won't take up too much time, but I did want to touch on, I did go to Anthony Rendon's State of the State event this morning. That was really nice over at Monteverde Park. And a big highlight was the Alliance meeting. I want to say thank you for those that pushed for that to happen. I think it's a huge step in the right direction. I think the first meeting went very well, and I'm looking forward to those continuing so we can keep collaborating and just open up that dialogue on a regular basis. So I really appreciate it. Something my colleague Ms. Stewart touched on that I wanted to touch on tonight. I'm going to read a little bit here because I think it's really important as we move forward, especially when we start getting into more and more business and bigger business in these board meetings. Tonight I want to take a moment to discuss how we do move forward as a board. It's crucial that we spend meaningful time on meaningful issues. Too often we've allowed unproductive conversations to divert our attention from key issues that will drive our district forward. It is essential that we come together as a unified board and provide clear guidance and directives that will uplift our schools and enrich everybody that we serve. That said, I do want to thank President Garza for initiating the upcoming 360 board evaluation. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for collaboration amongst my colleagues. In this process, we're going to identify the areas of agreement so the district can confidently execute our directives without hesitation or fear of individual dissenting opinions. Furthermore, I'm grateful. I use ChatGPT. I never say grateful or furthermore. I'm also grateful for the superintendent evaluation as well. I think that the evaluation is part of our responsibilities as the board and presents an opportunity for us to align the efforts of district staff with the vision of the board, and I think that clarity is very important. I'm looking forward to these evaluations of both the board and superintendent and hope that they will offer the clarity in our decision-making process. These efforts will enable us to effectively tackle various issues. And I think democratic institutions like ours are truly special and they have a potential for remarkable outcomes. However, they require respectful dialogue and a high level of collegiality. Tribalism, single issue activism, and disruptive efforts only lead to disorder and undermine the district's efforts on important matters. It's crucial that we engage in respectful disagreement, adhere to orderly procedures, and empower our district staff to respond promptly to clear board directives. We all have work to do, but I believe under President Garza's leadership, I believe we're on our way to becoming that highly effective board that I know we can be, and together we can fulfill our full potential as a district and make lasting impact in the lives of our students. I'm very proud to be on this board, proud to work with the people that I work with on this board, and I think that we have a lot of work to do in the coming months, in the coming years, and I'm very optimistic that we're going to get a lot done for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. As for myself, I did attend the Alliance meeting. I agree with Board Member Critchfield. It's a step in the right direction, and we're looking forward to continuing those conversations and getting a lot more of the input that we need from our communities and from our staff members. I think that tonight it was, most of us talked about how we need to make sure that we are giving correct direction, that we are going in the right step, and we're getting all the input necessary from every one of our stakeholders. So in saying that, I say that because I want to make sure that as I'm getting closer to the end of this amazing trip I've had this year, that I keep that in mind and that we continue to have those conversations, coming into our new, having our reorg coming in December. So I think that you can see that we are all very much unified in continuing that conversation as we move forward. And it's been really fun for myself being in this position. I'm not going yet, but I'm almost there. So thank you so much for everything. Thank you for coming this evening. And also, I hope that you have a very safe and fun Halloween if you celebrate it. If not, have a nice evening that day. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to, oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I have to get used to that again. Ms. Dison, welcome to our board.
Thank you, President Garza and fellow members of the board. Good evening, everyone. My name is Elise Dison. I am a senior at Bellflower High School, and it is an honor to represent my school and be a voice for our students and our staff. And it's an honor to see you all today, so thank you for having me. Recently, and I think a lot of our seniors can relate, I've been very busy working on my college applications and applying to scholarships. To my fellow student board member here today, Stella, I wish you good luck. Last year, Bellflower, our class of 2024, we had senior seminar with speaker Keith Hawkins give us advice on making the most out of our final year in high school and enjoying life as it comes upon us with whatever plans we all have to make after we graduate. And we also took our senior class photo, which it was enjoyable to be there with everyone, but we spent 30 minutes in almost 90-degree weather, so that wasn't the most savory experience. I've been working with various clubs on our campus in preparation for Fall Fest. If you don't know, that is one of the largest community fundraisers that Bellflower High School holds for all of our clubs and organizations on campus. It is today. Unfortunately, I cannot attend, but I do have the privilege of being with all of you today. So, win-win, I would say. And lastly, I've been working tirelessly the last, I would say, week or so, being trained by Dr. Draughty, speaking with school administration, the CTE and science department chairs of my school, all of our science teachers, and really getting a grasp on the history of Bellflower High School, how we have served our position here with the board, and overall, just in preparation for this meeting, I want to do right by my school, and I want to do right by our community here at Bellflower. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Dison. It's time for discussion items. Dr. Draughty?
Yes, we have 5 discussion items this evening. The first is on the ESSER plan. For that, I'll turn this over to Mrs. Carter.
Thank you. Tonight we'll be providing the board an update on the ESSER 3 expenditure plan. In response to COVID, the U.S. Congress passed the American Rescue Plan Act, which was signed into law on March 11th, 2021. This act provided multiple funding sources for districts to recover from COVID-19. ESSER 3 is the third funding allocated to districts in response to COVID. Prior to this funding, there was ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 that were received. One of the requirements of receiving ESSER 3 funding was to develop an expenditure plan. When determining expenditures, we were to allocate up to 80% for a broad range of activities in alignment with the statutory purpose of keeping schools safe by preventing, preparing for, or responding to COVID-19. 20% of the funds were allowed to be allocated to addressing academic impact and lost instructional time. The plan was to address safety, continuity of services, and include input from the community. Our original plan was developed and presented to the board in October 2021. Some of the expenditures planned for this funding source were paid through previous received ESSER funding sources, which caused the need for us to reallocate unused funding that needs to be expended by September 2024. To develop the plan, parents, community members, staff, and students were surveyed to gather feedback regarding their priorities for expending the funds. To update the plan, a short survey was posted and community input was solicited. As mentioned, overall, the plan was developed and updated from a variety of stakeholders. Based on the feedback received, priorities emerged: upgrading technology infrastructure and increasing mental health services, providing extended learning opportunities after school and during the summer, providing original credit during the summer, and increased CTE and STEAM opportunities after school. Current input received for the update of the ESSER plan included items that may already be or might be allocated to other budgets, and items that may fit within the descriptions of the current ESSER plan or updated plan. When looking at possible future expenditures, it's important to keep in mind that this funding is one-time funding and is only available through September 2024. Therefore, it shouldn't be used for ongoing expenses such as salaries. Some of the things in the table, as I mentioned, may already be happening. Having fresh food and teaching gardening is already happening within the district. Many of our elementary and secondary schools have or are in the process of building gardens. Safety measures, including door buzzers and repairs, are in progress currently. Printers and online platforms for monitoring students are funded through site budgets. Restroom updates, the input that was received is being reviewed and may be budgeted out of another funding source. Insect control, deep cleaning, and power washing are items that may already be accomplished at the school sites. Increased STEM, flexible seating, laptops and Chromebooks, and in-person personalized tutoring are items already being funded. Wi-Fi access, HVAC and air purifier updates, additional water stations, and playground renovations are being taken under consideration and may be implemented based on funding and CDE approval. The plan provided today is updated by removing expenditures that were purchased through other ESSER funding or those that were not allowable or implemented due to staffing shortages. Some that were determined that they were not allowable would be based on whether it was something that would prevent, prepare for, or respond to COVID. The plan was updated also by adding expenditures that are planned to be completed by September 2024, if approved by the CDE. This chart lists expenditures already completed using this funding, the right side of the chart. So on the left side of the chart, you're going to see completed options. So these were things that were in the plan before and this funding was used for that. On the right-hand side, you're going to see updates, things that are projected that we're looking to expend the funding on. And like it says, based off of CDE approval, there's certain items that we have to reach out to the state to get approval for. And so what you had in front of you, along with the presentation, was the plan itself. And those updates that are in there are based off of the information that you had in the presentation. So this evening, I was here to share with you just the updates in that plan.
Questions, comments? Board Member Armstrong?
No, I don't have any questions or comments, but I read through the plan and thank you. It's a lot of work.
Thank you. Board Member Hassan?
Thank you, Ms. Carter. It was a great presentation. I do have a question. I think it's great, all the resources that we're offering, and I'm wondering, are there any numbers or data that shows the actual usage of a lot of the tutoring, the extra tutoring that we're offering? That's my concern. So I know a lot of the information is backed up, but I want to focus on functionality and usability, if you have anything.
Absolutely, and those are things we're looking at this year as well. Since this is one-time funding, we have to look at, was it effective, and are we able to continue to fund it if we were able to find a funding source for it? So that's the work we're doing this year. We're looking at usage, effectiveness, and we'll be having conversations about, do we continue or not?
So when are those numbers going to be available for the board to review?
Well, we're working on it this year, so it would be before we're going to make any renewals, and renewals are usually towards the end of the year. And you would see the renewals on the contract matrix.
So the renewals are going to be going through outside sources because the funding is going to be ending because of COVID has ended. So are they providing other avenues to pursue funds?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There is other funding that's out there. There's a Learning Recovery Grant Act that goes through 2028, and it has its own allowabilities as well. It's less about PPE and those sorts of items,
Right.
and more about that recovery, which is speaking to the point of we need to look to see if it's effective and if we want to continue it with new funding.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Critchfield?
Me?
So sorry. Board Member Stewart.
I have a few questions. One, I noticed that playground resurfacing and redoing the playgrounds is a priority. Do we have any, in our district, do we have any playground equipment like adaptive swings or any for our SPED kids?
The ones that come to mind right now, but I can provide the board with more information as part of the weekly. I know we did purchase some tricycles for our White Wood program, and so those are the pieces where I know with that they were adaptive types of equipment for students to be able to access. But as far as more specifically, what are the equipments available? That's something I'm going to have to do some further research to provide the board an overview of what are those equipment that we purchased for our students with disabilities.
So in the playground renovations, there may be adaptive swings and things for our SPED students?
So I'm just, Ms. Stewart, just to clarify, so you're talking about equipment purchase or the actual playground facility, so to speak,
I guess I would like to hear both answers, but I'm just saying our playground renovations in this ESSER plan, are there any plans for any adaptive swings or anything for our special education students?
So,
No, so those playground renovations, they are ADA accessible. The playgrounds that are being placed on at our elementary campuses. However, we would work with collaboration with special ed based on needs for additional equipment if needed.
So it's possible to add those at a later time?
That is correct.
Okay, because I've heard that we haven't had any ever. Have we had any playgrounds or any equipment in the last 8 to 10 years or further back for special ed students only or students with the disabilities?
Not, to my knowledge, not equipment specialized exactly for special ed. However, that is part of the renovation in terms of accessibility. Currently, right now, we have wood chips, which makes it not as accessible for wheelchairs.
Correct.
So that's something that is changing on the playgrounds to make it more accessible.
Right, I understand that we're going to have flat rubber surfaces that meet the age requirements to give access to all students as well as safety requirements, but we don't have anything specialized for our SPED kids besides that overhaul of the wood chips, correct?
Right now in the design, no. And as I said, it would be something that we would work with special ed.
Thank you. I would like to see that conversation happen. I've heard that they're really good for autistic students. I've heard that they help with the sensory motions and movements. I've heard that it helps them relax. I've actually seen videos that were sent to me of students that were using these adaptive swings. I drove by Gaines the other day in Paramount Unified, and they have them. So I hope that maybe that's something that we can look at to add for our special education kids. Thank you so much. My next question was, sorry. The NWEA, I see that high quality assessments that we have those. How often are those given?
Depends on the grade level. So secondary gives them twice a year. Lower elementary gives them 3 times a year. Upper elementary gives them twice.
Is it possible when they take those assessments for us to be provided those results in our Friday memos? I'd like to see
Absolutely.
those results. Thank you so much.
We hope to do better. We hope to have a discussion about it.
Okay. And then my next question, I know that we have updated science labs to provide equitable access to STEM courses and materials. That lab is going to be at BHS, correct?
Correct.
And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield.
Thank you, Madam President. How long do we have to spend the funds again? I know you might have mentioned that.
They need to be expended by September 2024.
September 2024. And how much is left? Is it the 16? Or how much is left?
There is. I
'Cause I-
believe there's about 5 million.
5 million. How much of that 5 million is already, what's the word? Designated, assigned?
Allocated?
There it is. To projects right now.
They would be allocated to the ones that we were talking about.
All 5 mil. All 5. Okay. So there's nothing that's not allocated.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you. Just one question. One that caught my eye. The under the action title, increase outdoor learning. It says picnic tables, increase picnic tables, and it says vans for elementary music to provide music enrichment programs at the elementary sites. So is that that's just for the vans, or that's for the enrichment program?
It's for the elementary music program.
Okay, so with the 344, it was just to purchase vans.
It's for the teachers that teach our music and band to our students to travel throughout the district.
Okay, so is it our program that we already do? And then
Yeah, it's our music program that we already do. It would be ensuring that their vans were up to date and making sure that they're able to get from site to site to provide that service.
Okay, just when I saw the enrichment program, I was, Dr. Dottie's really driven home like the importance of project-based learning. So I was kind of looking like, oh man, with these funds, like, was there any place that we were able to increase our project-based program in here?
There were increased STEM, so utilizing these funds and expanded learning opportunity funds as well. We increased, I believe it was a STEMnetics, if I'm not mistaken, but it's on this side, yeah. So that we're able to, the STEMnetics, I don't know if you know what that is, but that's where they're doing robotics and that after school. So those are some of the things that we're doing in our after-school programs that are enrichment and getting closer to that project-based learning that we're talking about.
Very cool. Thank you. And then I know it said about safety. I know what portion was used on safety, and what did that look like?
Well, we have to remember that the safety is more about ensuring that we're preventing COVID. So it's that kind of safety versus active shooter safety that is at forefront on our minds right now. So there was overall, the safety pieces would be in that first section of the plan, which is the 16 million. Because you would look at safety as far as the playground resurfacing as well, access controls, and then there's a health and safety section as well in that plan.
Okay. And Dr. Ellison brought up a good point too about which programs once this funding is running out. So that's something that we'll at some point kind of get the feedback on which ones we're going to continue and see what that looks like for other things that we started.
Yeah, we're going to look at usage reports. We're going to look at effectiveness. Obviously, sometimes usage impacts effectiveness, but we're going to
Right.
do all of that and then see what we're going to move forward with.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. I have a question about the ongoing maintenance. Is that budgeted for these additional technologies and Chromebooks and that we have here on the completed side of the list?
Ms. Holguin can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that ongoing maintenance would be built into a site's budget because they should be keeping a portion of that aside. We've been lucky that we've had these fundings to be able to provide the devices for them and update them over the last few years.
So that part of the ongoing maintenance would be something that principals should be budgeting for at their sites.
As their devices become obsolete, yes.
And do we have, say that, Chromebooks are damaged all the time. So if we can't necessarily fix them on site, is there a plan to replace it?
Well, and Ms. Holguin can correct me if I'm wrong again, but we have experienced where Chromebooks are becoming damaged and the replacement cost was going to the person that's damaging them at first. However, the just wear and tear and that they are no longer running the software programs that, can get downloaded on them, those pieces would be part of the site responsibility.
That is correct. That's correct, Ms. Carter. However, we've also asked our IT department to also budget for that moving forward so that we're able to maintain the ratio needed at our schools and also work with our schools to do that. As we've discussed before, we are now in an era where pretty much your Chromebook is your textbook. So looking at that as a requirement, I think what needs to be remembered in all of this is it was a large amount of money that we received throughout the previous years, close to almost 65 million in terms of ESSER funding. And so as Ms. Carter was saying, we have been setting aside so that we can continue some of these things that have really worked for our students in the years to come as we're declining in revenue and being able to see how we mitigate that decrease in the revenue to be able to continue some of these programs so our students don't feel the burden of that one-time funding going away.
Thank you. On the completed side, targeted tutoring, what was the targeted tutoring on?
So when this plan was put in place, the targeted tutoring was site-based, and so we provided the opportunity for teachers to provide that tutoring.
And do we have any feedback on the efficiency?
There wasn't a large percentage of targeted tutoring that happened. One of the reasons we're looking outside for math tutoring.
Thank you. It also says renovated playgrounds. Now I'm moving over to the other side of your table for updates. Do you, at this time, know which playgrounds we are targeting?
I'll defer to Ms. Holguin.
That is actually something you will be listening in regards to, but it is all of our elementary schools.
Thank you. And then I see digital marquees as well. Same question. What campuses will be requesting those?
And it's a perfect day to have the two presentations together because we'll kind of marry some of the information there. We do have Ramona, Washington, where the marquees have already been placed there. And then additionally, we have ILC, Lindstrom, Somerset, and Craig Williams, I believe. Ramona, Washington, ILC, Las Flores, Lindstrom, Williams, and then Somerset.
And none of these schools have digital marquees.
They may have had them, they just were not functioning anymore. So we took this opportunity to make sure we updated them to the where, and some of them did not have them. You are correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me a little bit more of access control for public-facing doors? What does that look like?
You see me smiling because, again, with some of these things, and it'll be good because it'll be repetitive, but that'll be our entry systems into our schools to ensure that our schools are more secure, but basically a buzz system to make sure all of their visitors come through the front offices.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, I'll just wait. I have one more question, but it's probably going to be covered. So my questions are done. Student board member Dizan?
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions. With the updates to Bellflower Science Labs, I'd like to know the specific extent of the repairs that'll be done. It could be possible that it will be in the next presentation. Is that?
That is correct.
Right, thank you. With the language used in the plans for the ESSER fund in the board book, as in use of any remaining funds, does that mean that possibly if other funds are allocated to other measures as willed by the community or the board, that possibly Bellflower could receive less than the $3 million?
Can you state that question again, just so I make sure I understand it correctly?
Right, so the final allocation of funds, it's titled as use of any remaining funds. Does that mean if possibly other ventures within ESSER 3 would need more funding, would Bellflower possibly receive less than the allocated $3 million?
If I'm hearing you correctly, and Ms. Holguin, you can correct me if I get this wrong, however, the $3 million there is an estimate of what that cost would be.
Mm-hmm.
And so if it's approved through CDE, then we would utilize those funds. And there isn't anything else in that section. So it's estimated high, you can correct me if I'm wrong, for that allocation so that we could fund it.
And that's specifically just for the science labs at Bellflower High School?
That's the only thing in the other area.
Okay, thank you. And at this point in time, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dizan. That concludes the discussion items. Yes. Go
Sorry, I have one more. I know we have a sensory room at Mayfair. Do we have them anywhere else in the district?
Yes, we have allocated funds to be able to expand the sensory rooms, Mayfair, Foster, and Washington.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? No? Okay. We will now go into Superintendent Authorized Expenditure Limits. Dr. Radi?
Okay. Our next discussion item is Superintendent Authorization Expenditure Limits. As the board continues to engage in the process of policy review, the desire has been expressed to review the Superintendent Authorization Expenditure Limits. So for your review is revised Board Policy 3000.1 with a suggested statement on how and where the limit would be stated. Furthermore, we attached 2 replacement pages that include CSBA sample policies, BP 3300 and BP 3311. So staff is now really seeking direction on the approval limits the board would like to incorporate in the board policy. So we are now open to answering any clarifying questions or discussions among the board. I did my best to research which it's had limits and all that. There's not that many out there. We even asked CSBA, what they provided to us was just what's written there, but they said they wouldn't necessarily know where the limits are. But we're willing to answer questions about, as you state the limits, we can talk about the impact on operations, and then hopefully to help you with your decision on where the limits should be.
Thank you, Dr. Dradi. Board Member Armstrong?
Thank you, President Garza. So with this right here, because the thing is, it's really important for you, the superintendent, and the staff to be able to continue to do your work and keep things moving at a rate in which we don't really fall behind. I understand some things we do need to take our time and get like requests for proposals, and when we get those, it takes a lot of time, which means there's a long waiting period. However, everything you do, it just needs to really be communicated to us, and but at the same time, we do have to, I guess, have some type of limit to where you just don't go rogue too much. We just, we have to know what's going on. With that being said, though, weighing both sides, and I guess we will be discussing it, it's just the amount of which you would be able to like say, hey, we need to get this done, is if it's within the contract matrix. I would be okay with you guys doing the work, with me asking questions like, did you consider 2 or 3 different companies, what this one offers versus that one? So, so the amount, actually, it's just the amount in which you would be allowed to spend. So that's my only concern. Because I need you guys to be able to do the work without wasting too much time. And then you give it to us, we read our work, we ask the questions, and that's it. So that's all. I would just have to, get a number from my colleagues, and we can discuss that. So you guys go ahead.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Alhassan.
Thank you, Board President Garza. So in looking at the expending authority and what you just provided to us from CSBA, based on the Ed Code 717605, what they're saying here, and I'm trying to understand to make sure that we follow the guidelines that are identified, but that the amount delegated by not be in excess of the amount specified by the Public Contract Code 20111. Do you know what that amount is for that code? Because that's not shown anywhere. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't see the amount there.
Right, so I'm wondering, do you know what that contract code number, because
They-
basically it's giving us parameters, but yet we don't know what those parameters are.
What they told me in my conversation with them was it's totally up to the district to decide that. They just provided the language. What they warned, I guess, is just what who was speaking, Mrs. Armstrong was talking about. So if you ask me as superintendent, I am concerned about the operations, primarily because at the site level, they're always engaged in contracts and things like that that are way beneath the amount probably I would sign off on, and they sign, even though you guys would ratify all of it. I don't want to slow down things happening at Bellflower High or Mayfair or anything else.
I understand that, but what I'm asking is that it specifically says that there is an amount specified in this Public Contract Code 20110, and expenditures over that amount must be competitively bid for. I just want to know what that amount is. It's designated. There is an amount that has been designated under this Public Contract Code.
Dr. Hassan, that has to do with districts that are not part of a CUPCA. Anything over 50,000 then would have to go through that formal bidding process. However, if you are a CUPCA district, which we actually are a CUPCA district, we have that spending limits with anything to do an informal bid, as long as it is over 60,000 but under 200,000.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, and
Okay.
with that informal bid process, is what Dr. Dradi is explaining, where you would be looking at 3 different quotes regarding, and these vendors would have to be under our CUPCA listing. Currently, the threshold for purchases, just in general alone, is 109,300, and that is set by the state.
Okay.
So there's different bidding processes based on that code that you're specifying there.
Right, right. So I'm trying, because that's what we're trying to do, because our responsibility as board members is the fiduciary responsibility to oversee expenditures of the district. So if we're doing that, then we need to know the parameters of what we need to work with. So what I hear you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the maximum amount is 109? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, you need
Okay.
3 quotes when you go into that. Anything over 200,000, then you would go out to a formal bid process.
Okay, so if we're doing that, then when we look at the proposal, then we would put down, based on code and based what you're telling me, the superintendent is authorized to approve contracts with a limit of 109 or not to exceed 200,000.
200,000
So
because
that's
we are a
what-
CUPCA district.
That's what it should be stated then, right? Is everyone reading it the same way I'm reading it in regards to?
It could be. We're discussing it.
Right, right, that's why I want to, because there's no parameters identified. So if those were the parameters identified under this code, then we would fall under those guidelines, right?
Dr. Dradi, I'm so sorry, Board Member Hassan. I don't want to cut you off and be rude, but I believe that the board had requested that you give us what is the range of the current contracts our district is engaging in for this information so that the board can discuss those limits. I don't see any of that.
So maybe I heard wrong. I thought the direction to me was identify districts that might have samples that I can look into. I have done that. I couldn't find any. I called CSBA. They weren't able to help me and name any. But in terms of our range right now, maybe I didn't hear that part then. So my apologies for that. But I did not look into the range of what we're engaged in.
So it was two
Yeah.
directions you were given. It was to look at the range of contracts that we have currently right now and we are engaged in,
Okay.
and also to look at surrounding districts and see what their ranges are and limits are.
So, Madam President, I just wanted to clarify, the numbers that were mentioned earlier were for public works type projects. Cities have the same kind of requirements. They can authorize informal bids up to a certain amount.
Right.
Those contracts are separate from this because they have statutory limits. These contracts deal more with vendors that come in, supplies that are purchased, so on and so forth. There was a kind of contract matrix that was provided with all the contracts in the month of September, I believe. And those limits were basically to be looked at what those contracts were for, the amounts, and basically to decide, where the board is comfortable authorizing the superintendent to engage in those contracts, which the board would ratify at their next board meeting, as opposed to contracts that the board wants to hear prior to any signing of a contract. And I believe there were some highlighted. Generally between anything above 60,000 seemed to have been highlighted, and it ranged all the way up to, I believe, 190-some thousand, if I'm not mistaken. Those are general contracts for the district to maintain normal operations. They're separate from public works and other type of contracts that are statutorily in place. So at this point, the superintendent, it would be appropriate for him to respond to what amounts he's comfortable with to be able to maintain those operations, and what contracts would not influence the operation of the district, should those have to come to the before the board before they can be approved and signed.
Thank you, Mr. Sarega. So, what do you believe are the most important contracts that are district?
They're all important, but I guess my point is I wouldn't necessarily entertain a contract. At the district level, I'm able to see it and observe it more closely in terms, because it has to come through cabinet and all that, but there's going to be a bunch of other contracts that are at the site level and the different divisions that get into that I sign off on after the fact, but they engage in and so on. So those are the ones I didn't want to impede upon, because if every let's just say if it's $20,000 or $30,000, and if Mayfair High has to wait for my approval for any of the contract they're gonna get in, it's gonna stop their programming. And so if you ask me a number, I would say, to be safe, you're talking about probably $100,000. $50,000 to $100,000. I don't think that'll be too much of a stretch there.
So the 200 would be, I'm sorry, I'm still on my the question. So the 200 would be sufficient in regards to not to exceed that amount?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other question is that from those contracts, how often is our legal going through and approving or making sure in regards to any liability on the district or on the board, if there was a liability?
Yeah, so there's a form we actually use anytime we engage in a contract that's vetted by legal counsel that we engage in. So we have a format that we use, and I'll have Mrs. Hosen maybe speak to what that looks like. But there is a contract. Normally, what happens is the legal counsel gives us an advice on if we're going to entertain a contract. Follow these formats and make sure you have these liabilities, all this other information in it, so that way we don't assume liability that we don't want to assume. So we have basically a template that we use.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my question is to legal counsel. How many contracts do you review for our district that have exceeded 200,000, or does the amount actually impact liability, or could something be as less as 50,000 but have a huge liability or impact on the district?
Every contract can be unique. The process that was just described is a general boilerplate contract that has standard basically provisions that are in place to protect the school district. At this point, I have not reviewed any contracts. That template or that boilerplate contract was created by previous council. So the reality is there are contracts that merit additional investigation,
Right.
depending on what the services are being provided, the amount of coverage, the
Right.
indemnity clauses, so on and so forth. And I believe that too was part of the discussion on this item, is review of contracts and basically what the board's desire is in terms of that aspect of it.
So I don't see that here. So would there be another clause added to the bullet 6, so that would have to go through legal counsel any amount exceeding?
So
Do you understand what I'm saying?
yeah, so basically tonight, the discussion was on those terms, and then a policy would be drafted based on direction from the board. If board wanted me to review every contract that came through, I would tell you that's probably infeasible, but
No,
at the
I
same
know.
time, I would go out and I would review every contract that's signed. If
Right.
the board wants me to review contracts that deal with, certain services, I can do that as well. It really depends on what the board is looking for in terms of review. And the good thing is, once you review a contract, let's say a new contract, when it comes up for renewal, unless the provisions of the contract change, that contract no longer needs to be reviewed. So it can be
Okay, right.
automatically renewed.
Right. I got you.
If there are any material changes or substantive changes to a contract upon renewal, those can again be reviewed by legal counsel. So that is up to the board in their decision and direction.
Well, I would like to make that recommendation, that we look at that for the board to consider, because I think it's important. For example, the canine unit, there's a huge liability if a dog goes rogue or bites a student, for example, because the student was harassing the dog. Might not even be the fault of the dog. But what's the liability? Again, that's what I'm saying, that was that contract reviewed by legal counsel to cover all of the bases for protection on behalf of the district? That's an example I'm just throwing out. I don't know the answer, though.
Yeah, so in that kind of contract, you would have an indemnity clause if anything were to happen. The vendor or provider would indemnify the school district, not only cover the cost of any defenses that would arise from that case, but also any judgments that are awarded against the district would be covered by the vendor. So
Okay.
those are all provisions that must be included in
Right.
contracts. There are times where things get overlooked, but I would say in this situation, that's where legal counsel would step in. It would be appropriate to review the contract to make sure
Right.
that any liability or exposure to the district is minimized.
Right, and that would be my greatest recommendation there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hudson. Board Member Stewart?
I had two questions, but I kind of feel like they've been answered. But again, I want to ask for clarification. So you said that you looked for other districts or neighboring districts to find what they had, and you said it was hard to find any? So did we have examples of any?
The only one I have was Santa Monica Malibu. A gentleman's agreement there that says they actually use 100,000, but it's not in statute. Instead of chasing districts down just throughout the county, we decided to say, well, after several attempts at different districts, we went to CSBA and said, look, what is a normal thing here? Where districts have this? And to them, what they stated was there's not that many districts that engage in this because at the end of the day, board members have to approve the contracts anyway because it has to be ratified. But we can. So that's why they gave me all those other documents to explain how you may want to deposit what limit the superintendent has. So to me, as I mentioned before, it's really about the amount. So when I said it was 50 to 100,000, I think we can live with that. But it's totally up to you, though.
And as far as approving contracts, instead of having you look at all of them and spending more money to have you look at all of them, if we had a contract that was maybe controversial or something, we could just ask for that specific contract to be looked at, correct?
Correct. You're available to do that anytime.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, so I remember that conversation when we were talking about it, and I think this is how we discussed it, that it would be a discussion, would talk about what would suit what would interfere with regular business as far as the amounts, and we'd go from here.
Yeah.
So I think we're on track to doing that. And I'll get to more of the discussion about the number or where we are there. But one just kind of on number 6 under role superintendent, I have a question. So it says approve all contracts to be entered into the district or any person on behalf of the district and acts as an authorized agent of the district and the board in contracts between the district and other governmental agencies.
Sorry, where you reading that one?
At number 6, right before the red.
Oh, got it.
So just one question to clarifying, where it says what we're talking about right now is the district and the board in contracts between the district and other governmental agencies. But I feel like what we're really talking about is the vendors, right? We're talking about like those. So is that accurate to say between us and other governmental agencies? Are we looking at the right place here?
So this particular item does refer to governmental agencies, but I think that was kind of the point we were making before, is that we will redraft the policy and bring it back before the board for approval. It's very difficult to draft the policy when we don't know the limits that are being set. So this is more of a discussion based solely on those limits and any other tangential provisions that the board would like to see in the policy. I will then go and draft it and
Right.
present it for first reading at a future board meeting, at which time any issues that the board might have with certain provisions can be discussed, can be amended, and brought back for second reading.
Right. And so that's when I would just request that we either add or change the wording if that's not what we're talking about with that. Okay, thank you.
And this is why we took all the different templates from CSBA and all that to try to do exactly what Mr. Sergis, legal counsel, is talking about, is to have this conversation so we have direction and then we go back and incorporate it.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. My recommendations are that we, under role of the Board of Education, number 3, that we add towards the bottom, in addition, the board may request forensic audits when the majority of the board agrees it is necessary. Yes. For number 1, we have currently approves and adopts the annual budget. Approves and adopts the annual budget with input to staff, with enough time that we can go back for edits. That's number 1 under role of Board of Education.
Madam President, just to clarify.
Yes.
So basically, you're looking for the budget to come at an earlier date to be discussed, have the board provide input and allow enough time for that input to be taken, put into the budget, and then later on approved. So basically, just extending the time that the board has to actually look at the budget.
Yes. Thank you, General Counsel. Yes, it's, but they will be creating it themselves, and then what we need is more time to look at it so that way we can all give input into the budget, because the way it is right now is we're presented the budget, but there's not enough time for us to say, let's move this around. Now, the next portion, down where it says role of superintendent with the staff, the superintendent, number 1, prepares the annual budget and requests with recommendations from the board, input, and then interprets it for the board. So we need to make sure that superintendent is requesting our recommendations to that budget.
I'm sorry, excuse me, President Garza, just a question.
Yes.
So this could be like a board policy. Are we engaging in creating a board policy or adjusting a board policy?
No, this doesn't exist at this moment, correct, General Counsel?
So what you're looking at right now is your current board policy, which is what we will be amending.
Okay.
If there are, items other than what's being discussed, it might be appropriate to then just take the entire policy as a whole and have that for discussion. Because as it stands right now, the item is more specifically tailored to the amount authorized to the superintendent for expenditures, and then any ancillary being review of the contracts, for example, by legal counsel. So we can undertake a more complete look at the entire policy. That would have to be at a future agenda, brought up for discussion either under new business and then discussed at a later time, because some of these things go outside of the item that was proposed for discussion today.
Yes, and as I read it, that's exactly what I was thinking, that it doesn't necessarily speak to the amounts. And so I'm not sure, fellow board members, do you?
So I get it, I understand that, but see, even if we were to give it an amount, you want to make other adjustments, which is okay. However, if we would want to give an amount, given the numbers that we were given, I can live with, okay, if there's something that's $200,000, but they can show that they conducted a bidding process, during their work, because we're going to ask those questions, then I would be okay with giving that limit of 200,000. And then they said something about the state gives them like the $109,000 as a for whatever. But with that, if they can prove to us that they solicited quotes to see like, hey, we got information from 2 or 3 other, it says 3 other companies, and with all the information that we receive, regardless of the amount, well, not regardless, but within the 109, the limit, we'd rather go with this one. Because, sometimes you can get a bid, and it's not always the lowest bid that's the best. So they may get a bid for like maybe $50,000, $55,000, or maybe $75,000. They may go with the $65,000, depending on what is offered. So I can live with this knowing that we're going to question, where'd you get the quotes from? Did you do a bidding process? But that's just under number 6.
I think I understand what you're saying is, one, we're not having parameters. We're not looking the range of our current contracts. We don't have any examples from any other districts. We only have CSBA that doesn't have an amount, but we were giving this with lots of roles and different things like that. But this is really not what we should be looking at. We should be looking at all the things that we don't have in front of us.
Yes,
Yes.
I don't feel comfortable at this point. So my recommendation is that we have a motion. So I'm going to make a motion. Well, yes, it is a discussion. Sorry. My recommendation is that we come back with some limits and have a discussion on exactly what is it that we're going to decide on with all of that other information, because it seems like we've got too many holes at this time.
So, Madam President, an appropriate venue for this might be at the 360 evaluation, where these topics can be discussed more at length, and you have a facilitator there present as well, where you can go more line by line. It's an agendized meeting, so you can have a much more open discussion on the broader topic. And then in terms of this discussion item, no action needs to be taken anyway. So you're okay on that term, and it can be moved for another meeting to take a more in-depth look at the specific policy and any specific changes that you might want to make.
Okay. I do want to give our student board member a chance to give her comments. So I'm going to go ahead and give her turn.
With regards to this item on the agenda, I believe I'm not permitted to be in discussions discussing contracts, correct?
You can take the vote.
Right.
Is a symbolic vote. It doesn't count for the overall vote. But in terms of contracts as they apply to labor, that's one thing. This is more of a policy issue for the superintendent. Again, if it's not something that you have previously been exposed to or familiar with, there's no obligation to include any comment or to say anything. It's totally up to your prerogative as a board member. But this would not be an issue that you would be precluded from speaking on, because it's a policy and not a contract.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know. I don't have any further comments right now.
Madam President, if I
Board Member Critchfield?
just real quick, I just want to be clear about what we're talking about. When it comes to contracts, every sign comes to the board either beforehand or ratified, right? So it's not limiting the district's working on. What we're talking about is for last minute things that you need to sign a contract before the next board meeting in order to not stop services or be disruptive, right? Okay. Maybe something that would be good for next meeting is just actually looking at the contracts over the last year of if this policy was in place at different levels, maybe 100,000, 200,000, if this policy was in place, would that have stopped district work? And just laid up, like it never would have happened, and we're spending big time on it, or maybe any limit would really disrupt, because of how financial works here. Let's look at like the practical numbers of what we've done in the past, and let's just get this going.
Can I make a comment, Madam President? I'm on mic. Okay. That's why I asked the question based on what CSBA noted, is about the ed code and the specified amount. So that was provided to us overall, and that's that we should look within those parameters and not to exceed that amount. So we would have, because if we're following ed code based on our obligations as a governing board, then that would be something we would need to follow. That amount is something isn't questioned, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's just for the public contracts, that limit? Or is that for all contracts?
Public works
Public
projects.
works. Okay,
So
so
think
that's,
larger infrastructure, facilities, stuff of that nature. Anything that requires construction, more or less.
okay.
Dr. Hassan, did you want to complete your comment?
Well, because there's limits, so it wouldn't make a difference if it's for public works, right? So you still would have those parameters in place.
You can add those parameters to other things,
Right.
but the way that it's written in the contract code, it's specific to public works. So it would be a little difficult to compare it to other contracts. For example, if you're purchasing laptops or smaller items, it would be hard to compare the two, because generally public works are much larger, bigger projects, and that's why there's a formal statute for them. So the parameters for other types of contracts, it wouldn't really compare. You
So
wouldn't be
the
able
other
to
one
roll
would
it
be
over.
the ed code 17605, where the board to review all transactions, so it would be all transactions. It would not necessarily be public works.
Which you currently do, because every contract that comes before you is either, again, ratified, which means it was signed prior, and the board ratified it at a later date, or the contract could come before you before it's ever signed, and you provide approval for it, and then it gets signed after the board meeting, once you've approved it.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I agree with what my colleague Vice President Critchfield said. I just would like to see some ranges, like he said, of where you feel like it would stop our business, and maybe try to find somebody has to have an example, a district, maybe try to find a few, just so we have some type of guidelines. Thank you.
I also want to make sure that when you bring this back, that it does state that the contracts have to be vetted by our general counsel. Specifically, like, for example, the one with our dogs on campus.
All contracts or which range, or 'cause that's a lot. That's a lot he has to go through.
General counsel, what is your recommendation?
Generally, I always defer to staff to decide if it's a contract that they are normally engaging with, or if it's a unique contract, like bringing in the dogs, whether the district decides to, for example, have, certain security on campus. Those are the type of bigger contracts where these provisions would need to be looked at carefully to ensure that the district is being protected. But, at that point, it would be a judgment call that staff would make and reach out once they have any questions or would like to have it reviewed.
Because another way to do it is going back to what I was saying is We have a specific template that we use right now to have a legal counsel look at it. If he finds that workable, then we have a template with protections for this district along the way. So that's how most districts do it. We are under one right now that the previous legal counsel developed, but if people are unsatisfied with previous legal counsel, we can definitely have current legal counsel look at that and then still bring some of those that people may want to see as extra risky. Like I said, it'll be a judgment call. I wouldn't have thought the drug dogs were that, because I'm usually seeing drug dogs in a lot of places, but I wouldn't even know. To me, I wouldn't have seen that as one. Like, but if we were to do, say, armed security, that's not a normal thing. That would need extra protections and all that kind of stuff. So we can do that and still follow the template that is approved by our current legal counsel.
So I understand what you're saying. But going back, I did request several months ago that you please share those contracts with our general counsel. But we are learning now that they haven't been. So I want to make sure, and if my colleagues are in agreement as well, that it is codified, because our general counsel does need to see those types of, like you said, very specific contracts that may pose a threat to the district, that maybe don't have an indemnity clause, but that hasn't happened. So we have to make sure that it does, and the only way it's going to happen is if we do we write it in here.
I just want to be clear on it. So I haven't seen any contracts besides the dogs that you guys are considering as dangerous for me to hand over. Were you saying that he was supposed to look at all the contracts, or the ones that we deem as dangerous or something for the protect? What are we saying here, I guess?
So there is a tool that you say we have.
Yeah.
Okay. First time I ever even hear about this tool, but our general counsel hasn't been privy to it.
Okay.
It should have happened when they came on board, so that way he understood our processes and was able to do his job. So at this point, because we haven't shared it with him, he's not able to do his job for us. We haven't given him the tools to do his job.
Okay.
So going forward, it needs to be done.
Madam President, if I may, first of all, I just want to say those dogs are really cute, and I think that there was adequate board direction in going forward with that. So I don't think that's an issue. But I do think that, when contracts come up, we see them in our amended, and we just have to make sure that those are accurate, and the board knows what's going on with those contracts. And we have spoken about when we went through like the packet of the annual contract matrix listing. I think that this would be a great subject for a study session where we sit down and we get familiar with the contracts that we're less familiar with in the district. And I think that that's fine. I think that's a great opportunity to get more in the weeds. But outside of that, I think it's really important that General Counsel and Dr. Reddy, you guys, figure this out to where we're covered with liability, but also can just draft this policy and slap a number on it, and let's make sure that we're being responsible but not disrupting district business as well. Whatever the case is, I think that perhaps this will come back for another discussion, and we can have some of that information. But I will say I wasn't expecting those numbers today. I thought this would be a discussion, and we'd be able to ask you that question of what that number would look like. And I believe you said 50 or 100, so we can cross-reference that with how the last year's been when that happened. But I'm looking forward to, we could have that discussion and just knock it out.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. I know you explained that there's a template for legal counsel. I don't understand that. What does that mean? Like, can you just kind of explain a little bit of the template, what it is?
So normally when districts go into a contract, most businesses, for example, if we wanted to normally what happens when we are about to engage with another company, say a law firm or something else, they would tell us, give us your language and let's put it in our template, and we'll say no, give it to us in our template, because our template has the protections and the questions and information we need, like insurance and things like that. So they sign off on what we expect that protects us. So legal counsel can establish what those protocols are for our protection, and then when we engage with something, anybody who wants to engage with us, they have to fulfill those requirements. That's what I meant by the template. So
Okay, got it.
so
Thank
that's
you.
the most efficient way to do it, besides a lawyer having to go through thousands and thousands of individual.
So basically, it's a standard contract that the district has. It has provisions in it that are required in every transaction that the district undertakes. The only differences would be, for example, under scope of work, the scope of work would be different based on what the contractor's doing. The amounts would be different, the dates would be different, but all the general provisions that you would want to see in a contract, those are the same in every single contract, unless there's
Thank you.
some special contract you want to create for something particular.
Thank you for answering.
Thank you, board members. We will now go on, hearing no other questions or comments. We will go on to the Bellflower Unified School District Foundation. Sorry, maintenance and facilities. What?
Okay, our next discussion item is the maintenance and facilities update. So I'm going to hand this off to Mrs. Ho Jean, to brief us with the update.
Thank you, Dr. Drotti. Good evening, Board. Tonight, I will be providing you with an update regarding work that has been taking place in the areas of facilities and maintenance. So before we get started, I wanted to provide a timeline of dates in which information has been shared regarding our facilities and the maintenance work to develop a frame of reference to help with tonight's objectives. So in October of 2022, the board was presented with a facilities needs assessment. We met with principals between April and May of that academic year and identified site-specific needs based on that assessment. We then submitted work orders. We had them actually submit work orders and also discussed areas of dire need. In May of 2023, we provided a Measure BB bond update regarding projects that were covered using bond funds. And in that same month, we also provided an update regarding the facilities and maintenance that were covered using the bonds, and facilities and maintenance update with some projects that were in the works, as well as the next steps we would continue to look at. So tonight, we will provide the board an update of what has happened in the areas of facilities and maintenance since May, and to understand the difference of what routine maintenance projects and projects that would be supported through other funding sources are. Also, to provide an overall update on project status regarding projects that we previously shared we were waiting for approval on or would be looking into based on the feedback received, and finally seek direction for next steps on information presented today for potential projects. So let's first start with the review of maintenance versus capital projects. So routine maintenance is that scheduled maintenance that helps to maintain and prolong the cycle of facilities and are scheduled or addressed through our work order system. Examples include painting, asphalt repaving, filter changes, tree cutting, and most of those needs are addressed by our grounds and maintenance crew through the support of our custodial staff at sites, however, at times may include the bidding process. These needs are accomplished by a required routine maintenance budget that is overseen by the Director of Maintenance and Operations, Facilities and Transportation with the support of our Business Services Department. Every year, as part of meeting our routine maintenance effort, we are required to budget 3% of our general fund budget to address these needs. That 3% may also include some staffing needs. Now, capital projects are driven by facility repair and programmatic needs and may involve modernization or new construction. Examples may include restrooms, renovation of multipurpose room, or a brand new STEAM building. While routine maintenance funds may be used for those types of projects, and usually the estimated cost for these projects would exceed the routine maintenance budget for 1 year. And if it was all used for one project, it would not allow for other projects to take place, especially anything that is an emergency situation. Most districts utilize bond proceeds, grants, or state funding available for facilities when it comes to some of these capital projects. However, because of limited funding available to districts from the state, districts are finding themselves delaying some of these projects. And most restricted federal funds, so even though we are a district that receives a lot of federal funding, those funds cannot be used for these types of projects. However, there are some that districts may ask for approval, which we will hear about tonight and we've already heard about with our ESSER funding. Okay. So here, wanted to share with you some of the routine maintenance projects that happened over the summer and are ongoing throughout the year. We had some asphalt repaving at Ramona Elementary. We also have received quotes to move forward with Washington Elementary and our schools that have dire needs due to the degradation of the asphalt. And again, that was identified through conversations with our principals, but also visiting our sites. Although our maintenance crew works with our sites to identify these needs, it is work that we contract out. Next, we continue to have trimming of our trees throughout the district. Our grounds crews, with the support of custodial staff, maintained our landscaping needs. However, our trimming and inspection of our trees is done annually as part of that summer work, and again, part of this routine maintenance. We also had some painting, patching work that was done, fencing repair, and floor and ceiling repairs. One big project over the summer was a reclaimed gate valve for a reclaimed water line that took place at Lindstrom Elementary. This helped to address sprinkler repairs and water flow for the fields. While you do not see the full list of all the projects that took place or are taking place, we do want to point out that some are part of our working our conversations again with principals. We are in the process of extending and installing more fence coverage along Foster Elementary to provide a walkway for students to access the cafeteria on rainy days and also allow more secured walk space. We will also be replacing the floor and Esther Lindstrom in the multipurpose room, which is actually also known as their cafeteria, and continuing to address flooring needs at various sites. We are also finalizing plans to go out to bid for painting services to address all the school district needs throughout the district in the area of painting. And again, this is all through our routine maintenance budget. Projects that we completed during the summer and or since May, since the last time we had the conversation, or are in their final stages. As we all experienced with both our soft opening and through our students now receiving instruction in the STEAM building, the completion of the STEAM building at Mayfair took place prior to school starting. While we have not released the final retention payment, the district has taken occupancy and are working within the warranty boundaries to address any needs before the final payment is made and for full closeout with DSA, which is the Department of State and Agriculture. Architect, sorry. We also finalized our paging system, in which we now have a brand new intercom system for all our schools and our offices in the district office, as you see here in the boardroom as well. And additionally, we upgraded our technology switches, which will allow for better management and more consistent flow of data access for the entire network. We also have updated our Nutanix system to accommodate the additional cameras installed in the STEAM building and allow for future additions to the security camera systems as needed. So while these projects are under the technology department, they also involve the infrastructure of our facility needs for programs, which is why we're sharing them tonight as well. Now here you see a list of current projects in the works or that we are still waiting for approval. These projects were a result of campus walkthroughs and identification of needs using one-time funding. We did receive approval from CDE to replace our playgrounds, and the notice to award the contractor for the work took place on our August 10th board meeting. We are currently waiting for the shipment of the playgrounds, and they are scheduled to ship the second week of November. The contractor will start the work with 3 schools at a time in order to move as quickly as possible so that our sites aren't without a prolonged equipment for a long time. Although they will be without this equipment for 2 to 3, and we will be working closely with the sites and administration to put plans in place for our students. We are waiting for approval to use ESSER funds for our fire alarm and intrusion alarm systems district-wide. Currently, we have systems that are becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, and they do not meet code requirements of voice evacuation assistance. Through this update, it will provide an increased level of protection and security at the sites. The first site scheduled for this improvement is Bellflower High School, Jefferson Elementary, and Craig Williams, and then Woodruff. We also submitted preliminary review plans to the Department of State and Architect approval, DSA, for the modernization of the 500 Science Wing at Bellflower Middle and High School with our ESSER funds, as shared previously. And this was one of the several identified projects that BHS has shared needing support with. While this modernization does not provide a full new state-of-the-art building, it will provide renovation using the existing frame to include 4 new science lecture classrooms, 4 new science laboratories for chemistry, biology, earth science, and a shared teacher workroom and storage rooms. Additionally, the restrooms in that wing would be remodeled as well. We have had some marquees installed, Ramona and Washington as shared earlier, and then we also have ILC, Las Flores, Lindstrom, and Williams pending completion of the formal bid process. And we are waiting on the new marquee installation for Somerset, which that one actually does require DSA approval. Again, these are also ESSER-approved projects. Okay. We also received the CalShape funding grant, and we will be assessing our HVAC needs, receiving filters for all of our systems, and installing CO2 monitors. This will help ensure proper ventilation is maintained in all our classrooms throughout the district. And we received additional CalShape funding to replace non-compliant plumbing fixtures, such as faucets, urinals, toilets, and shower heads. Our goal is to work with our routine maintenance money to remodel some of our worst restrooms throughout the district that have reached their lifespan in conjunction with replacing the faucets, urinals, and toilets. However, we cannot address all the restroom needs with 1 year's routine maintenance, which you will see some of our budgeted amounts later in the presentation. And then in addition to, with this funding, it has also been secured to replace non-compliant washing machines, ice makers, and dishwashers with Energy Star appliances. And again, this is all part of our CalShape grant. We are still waiting on final DSA approval for the relocation of portable classrooms to various sites in our district. And these are extra portables that served as interim housing at Mayfair while the STEAM building was being built. Instead of leasing these portables, it was decided that the district purchase for the cost savings reasons, and also knowing that we had some of our portables throughout the district that would need to be replaced because they had reached their lifespan. And then finally, we did receive approval for access control for public-facing door systems, which again was shared earlier with the ESSER plans. And the access control systems will allow office staff to control who can enter the front office from the public during operating hours. And the access control will contribute to keeping the site's environment safer for staff and students. So while we have shared some projects identified as part of our visits that we're currently working on, these are the areas that were most commonly shared by sites as needing to be addressed. Restrooms, fencing, flooring, painting, beautification, administrative offices, and modernization as a whole. As you may recall it, in our last meeting in May, we have buildings that were built in 1950. So our buildings are of age. So these were, again, some of the areas as we walked the campuses with our administrators. We ask sites to put work orders in and have been assessing and addressing based on safety and budget availability for routine maintenance. For example, that is how the fencing at Foster and the floors at Lindstrom were identified. Okay, next we will share projects that need direction from the board regarding whether they want us to move forward using the delayed facilities repair committed funds. We have 3 projects that were part of the bond project list that due to overage cost of the STEM building, which became a STEAM building, were not moved forward with. With the board's direction, we will take next steps. Want to make it clear that tonight is not an approval. It is more of seeking direction as to whether they would like us to take these projects out to bid. And you will see a future slide in which the board committed a little over $24 million to the delayed facility repairs, and project information you will receive will provide you the estimated cost of these projects. So starting with our first project, which is the Mayfair High School sports fields. So again, this was a bond identified project. To date, we have spent $665,051 on expenses for the Department of State of architect, known as DSA, and design approval as well for our architects who have designed the plans. The current DSA approval expires on March 3rd of 2025, and there are 3 different options should the board decide to move forward in asking the district to take this project out to bid. You have those options in front of you there, and the first is the original design, which includes a parking and a driveway over the existing flood control channel and flood control channel improvements. The second would be the same as number 1, without the parking and driveway, and therefore no need to address the flood control channel needs. The third option is pretty much leaving all where it is and improve based on current location of all facilities, as well as address the necessary stormwater site needs to help with the current structure of the fields. So those are the 3 options that you have in front of you. Secondly, is an expansion of the Thomas Jefferson parking lot. This was also a bond identified project, and it's related to safety. Currently, Thomas Jefferson does not have a drop-off zone that is on campus, and students board the bus on Rose Street, causing traffic congestion. There is limited parking for parents and staff. The expansion of the parking lot would allow for a roundabout parking drop-off in front of the school, as well as a loading zone for the students to board the bus on Rose there, and students riding the bus would no longer require them to load the bus on the street, which they are currently doing right now. The bus would exit via Cedar, which is the street behind the school, as well as an additional handicap and visitor parking. To date, we have spent $55,638 for DSA and architect fees. And the estimated cost of this project, and this again is based on the 2021-22 fiscal year and annual report that was provided by Measure BB, is approximately $1 million. The last project seeking direction is the BUSD bus parking and maintenance yard expansion, and this again was also a bond identified project. To date, $65,586 has been spent on architect design fees. As designed, it does not require DSA approval and can be revisited. This project was at the time when we were transporting more students than we are today, with the thought that we needed more buses. However, due to declining enrollment, we have enough buses, and instead we are looking at replacing buses that have actually aged. The expansion, if moved forward, would support us in parking all our district vehicles in the maintenance yard, And then based on the estimated cost of the 21-22 fiscal year, again, based on the Measure BB reporting, would be roughly about 850,000. However, with inflation, I would say more like 1 million. As discussed in previous fiscal presentations, the board, as part of a requirement to commit funds over 10% in the ending fund balance, has committed close to 25 million to delayed facility repairs, as you see here, 24,819,973. The estimated cost to complete all three projects is close to 17 million. And again, those are based on estimates of the 21-22 bond project update information. I would probably add another 2 to 2.5 million to address 10% change order and also inflation costs. So roughly more about closer to 20 million. Additionally, here you also see other funding sources for other projects we discussed today. Our current budgeted routine maintenance for the 23-24 fiscal year, is shy of 7 million. That's that top number that you see there. This, as shared, will be to address projects like our asphalt, which we have received quotes for, painting, ongoing flooring needs, and work orders that will continue to come in which safety has to be addressed first. So for example, right now we're going to be working in Mayfair in our wrestling room to address safety needs there. These are one-time funds that, and then we have a little over 3 million pending approval for CDE to use ESSER funds. These are one-time funds that must be spent by September of 2024, as Ms. Carter shared earlier with her update, and have restrictions on what they may be spent on. And then finally here you see our CalShape grant funding that we received, which we hope to combine with our routine maintenance for restroom needs. So before we open it up to discussion and direction, I wanted to provide the board with next steps that we will be taking. We're going to be continuing to address work order needs based on safety priority with routine maintenance funding. Move forward with projects using ESSER funding once all approvals are received. Continue developing routine maintenance plans in the area of painting and asphalt repair. Move forward with board direction for projects funded through committed funds, and provide quarterly presentations on the progress of these projects. And I know there will be a lot of discussion and questions, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holguin. Board Member Armstrong, comments, questions?
Thank you for that detailed presentation. So going back, okay, so we have routine maintenance, so you're gonna budget 3%. He always gets a 3% off the general fund?
That is correct. It's a requirement. Oops, I missed it. Wanted to go back to that slide. We are required to budget that 3%. When the state was going through budget cuts, that was removed, but however, it is back on the table and we have to budget for that.
Okay, so general fund. And then the capital projects, where does the funds come from?
They can come from the general fund and or grants, bonds, different, that's usually where most districts will use that funding from.
Okay, thank you. Because we don't have any bond money.
We have used all of our bond money, that is correct. However, that committed ending fund balance, that would be an area where some of the capital projects could come from.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I won't ask that. In seeking directions, so since there are no more bond monies and we're trying to see what our next project is going to be, we're going to see about getting grants and general funds?
Well, as stated, there you have that committed ending fund balance delayed facility repairs. So if the board was to give direction to move forward in taking these projects out to bid, that's where those projects would be funded from.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then for the buses, I'm upset about the declining enrollment, but that's just across the board. All districts are facing that. So when you said more energy efficient, will it be more energy? I mean, if we were to choose to go this way, would you consider the electric buses, or you said more energy efficient?
No, we would consider electric buses, we actually already have some electric buses, and
Yeah.
yes, we would want to expand, if we were replacing, that's the direction we would go in.
Okay. And would you seek the same company, or would you use other ones, or you would just see what's out there?
We have been very happy with A through Z Sales, which is who we purchase our buses from, and our current electric buses have worked well for us. I would, though, defer to our transportation department and work with them collaboratively to make sure they agree.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all. Thank you so much. I already studied the report, so thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member El Hassan.
Thank you. Thank you for the detailed report, Ms. Holguin. I have a couple of questions. Part of the plan, does it include bathrooms, office, or team areas? Do you know? For the Mayfair project, the sports field?
No, it is strictly just the fields. If you're
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the gym, and no, it's strictly just the fields.
Okay. And then is the field going to be grass or turf?
What they had in the original plans was grass, but that is something that would be revisited.
Okay. So when you were looking at the different options, one of the things, the other one was about lights. Are the field going to have lights in regards for evening games? Is that included part of that?
Those are some things that we are going to be going back depending on the direction and looking at the scope of work and revising that scope of work, because these plans were designed a while back, and so we will be needing to update these plans. However, DSA has given approval based on the layout, but there are things that need to be looked at in upping the plans and making sure that that's all in the scope of work.
Okay, so in doing that, are we going to seek DSA approval again?
No.
Okay.
We would
that's
not
what I-
need to.
Okay, all right, that's good. So then we can move forward, we don't have to wait.
That is
for
correct,
process.
but we want to make sure that due to the time when these plans were designed, that we are looking at some of the changes of needs based on the time span from when that happened. However, DSA approval is not needed because it would not impact something structurally.
Okay. So I'm trying to decipher the different options that you identified here. And so option one would be just to proceed where we're at, what's given in the plans.
That is correct. And basically, the difference between option one and the plans that you have in front of you is that one has a parking area and a driveway, and the other one does not.
So-
And the parking driveway would be over the channel, the flood control channel there, so that is the additional cost because we would be the ones covering that channel. That cost is on the district.
Right, and originally, I remember when we were on the board, we were talking, it was going to be a joint project with Caltrans. Is that the same one you're talking about in regards to the flood channels?
Yeah, there
So-
was, yes, there was discussion of that. There
Right.
was never a final decision on it. It is something that would be revisited. However, the cost that has been provided to us, the estimated cost, is just, again, because if the decision is to move forward, includes that cost being on the district versus a split. However, it would be something that we would revisit.
So in regards to the parking and the driveway, how important is that for could I ask that question for our coaches, or is that something,
Unfortunately,
no?
you would not be
So
able to.
how
solicit.
important is that, Salima, in regards to the moving forward with this? I mean, if we can proceed right away, very important, I'm hearing out there in the audience. Okay, all right. Because this would require an addition approval, right, from DSA?
No, it is approved with that right now. It would require more money. Well, that's the highest estimate. So you're looking at 15 million on that one. You're looking at the other number two with 12.5 million.
Okay. All right. So, and what you provided to us on the chart is right now we have over 24 million, a little close to 25 million that we can spend on this project, right? That's been already allocated for facilities.
You have your delayed facilities
Yeah.
repaired, close to 25 million.
So that would cover the expenses to move forward with.
Yes, as stated, the three projects together, if you move forward based on their estimated cost, would be close to 17 million based on the estimated cost we have right now. However, we want to add that 10% possibility of change order as well as inflation. So I'm looking at more of about 20 million on that. So you
We're
have
still
more
good.
than enough.
Yeah, we're still good. So even if we go with option 2, that would include the parking and the driveway.
Option 2 does not include the parking. It's option 1 that does. Includes some parking, yes, that is correct.
Okay, what I have on my paper for option 1, that's why I was asking for clarification.
So if you look
It says,
here,
proceed with the project as currently approved by DSA, ready to go out for bid, estimated cost 15 million.
that is correct. And if you look at option 2, it says delete the parking and driveway over the existing flood control.
Right?
So in number 1, that's what's there. That's the original plan where you would have the parking and the driveway over the existing flood control channel. Option 2 is you would take that out, and so that price from 15 million goes down to 12.5.
Okay, I got you now. So option 1 would be more beneficial in regards to the parking, the driveway, as well as already the approval from DSA.
It's already approved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both option 1 and both option 2 are approved by DSA. Because removing the parking doesn't change anything with the DSA in regards to what they've approved.
But if it provides more support for our students and our parents and using the facilities, that would be the best option, to include the parking and the driveway.
It would give you more parking, yes.
Thank you. Oh, I have one more question, I'm sorry. So when you look at the total cost, when you include Thomas Jefferson and you include the bus for the maintenance, we didn't get a number on that.
Yes, it was the one that was close to 17, well, I said 17 million, but including the inflation cost, you're close to 20 million. So you're adding the three together. So the maintenance yard is 850,000.
Okay.
And the Thomas Jefferson is estimated at 1 million, but again, these are based on the 21-22 bond, Measure BB bond report.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hassan. Board Member Stewart.
I have a lot of questions. I don't mean to be critical, but I was elected to ask questions and make informed decisions. So my first question is it normal to have a presentation with lots of probablys and likelies? Because all of these are based on 2021, 2022, but it's not 2021, 2022. So how can we give direction without accurate numbers?
Well, I'm giving you the estimated cost there and then giving you the inflation. The architects in terms of the Mayfair Fields, this is the last updated information when they gave us. So when architects present plans, they give you what they believe is going to be the estimated cost. Now, when you go out to bid, it can either come lower or higher, and that's why the board is not giving approval tonight. It's direction to go out to bid. When we come back with the amount based on the bidding process, it may come lower, it may come higher. And at that point, we would be looking at awarding that bid to the most responsible bidder. It doesn't necessarily have to be the lowest, but it is the one that would be able to complete that. So it's a frame of reference of what are the possibilities for those bidding amounts that may come in.
Okay, I'm going to kind of go backwards. So one, the Thomas Jefferson parking lot, it's just I think it's really sad that we're talking about how big of a safety concern this is, but we haven't done anything in 11 years. I just don't understand that. It just doesn't seem like we're taking safety as a priority if we say in this how important this is and we haven't done anything for 11 years. Going to the Mayfair Fields, you know what, I'm just going to kind of skip a lot of questions and kind of go with how I feel because we're seeking direction. I'm a person of word, I'm a person of character, and I believe that this bond had things that were supposed to be done in 2012 and they weren't done, and I don't think that's right. And I think that now that I'm on the board, I believe in our character and our word, and I think we should finish all of these projects. I don't care how much it costs, I'm gonna be honest, because I feel like that's what we promised our voters, and they voted for this thinking they were getting this. So I agree with our speaker that these Mayfair fields, it should be a +1. We didn't ask anybody, we didn't get any feedback, we didn't do any of that. We didn't do it the right way, and I think now we have the opportunity to go back and do it the right way. So I believe the option 1 is the most important with the plus. I think we need to look at that and we need to get feedback from these people, because I work at a school where we had a gym built and the design was not the greatest, and now we're having repairs, we're having different problems for our PE teachers because they never asked us. And now we're looking at some of the things that, you know, could have been avoided had they talked to staff. So I think our custodians, I think our teachers, I think our PE teachers, coaches, I think they all should be asked. So I think that we should go back and look at that. As far as projects identified by sites, we have a lot of, you know, restrooms, fencing, flooring. I would like to see which sites, which classes, more specific info. I know you said that the campuses were walked with administration. I believe we should be taking tours as a board. We should be going to look at these facilities and helping make these decisions. I have a question on the Mayfair field. So we're talking about, you know, the allocated money. Can money be used in our reserves to change the scope and to add on more to this?
That is an option. That's a board decision, and yes, that would be an option.
Okay.
You would be looking at what you have there in your committed ending fund balance.
I think that's all. I'm going to reserve the right to ask a few more questions after I hear more from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm really excited that we're talking about this and that we're going to be moving on it. And I will say that I think that when we talk about our students and their success and setting them up for success, and also taking care of their mental health, I think investments in athletics is one of the top things we can do for them. So I'm really happy that we're talking about the Mayfair Fields for those students. I think that this is long overdue. But I will echo what my colleague Stewart said. We need input from the site, and we need, if we're going to do it, we have to do it right. And it's going to be where they're going to be with our students using these fields every single day, so that their voices need to be heard in that process. And that process needs to be well conveyed, and make sure that there's input from that site. I really believe that, because it's going to be around for a long time, and also utilizing it and future-proofing it, whether or not, you know, there's opportunities to rent the fields out. Whatever opportunities there are, we should make sure we future-proof it and really look at all those angles, even down to, you know, grass or turf. I know that's like some people love it, some people hate it. I don't know what that site would prefer. I do have a question on the parking. When it comes to traffic, Allington is terrible when it comes to traffic. Would this alleviate some of that congestion that happens on Allington, and more importantly, would it create a safer environment for students during pickup and drop off, because it gets pretty wild there. Everything down to just where the buses pick the kids up and drop them off right there on Allington. I mean, it gets dangerous. It's like watching somebody play Frogger sometimes, because some of these parents, man, they stop in the middle of the street and, you know, kick their kid out of the car. It gets really bad. So is that part of the reason this was developed, to alleviate some of that and create a safer environment for the kids?
My understanding, because I was not part of the design at that time when these plans were designed, but my understanding is that that is part of it, and also to be able to have parking if games, when games are played there at the site.
Okay, awesome. And has this been communicated or collaborated with the city as far as like the traffic?
The city actually reached out and said, please let us know when you're going to be moving forward with it so that we can work with you guys because we want to look at this. So yes, the city did reach out.
Okay, awesome. And yeah, that would be my big thing. Whatever option we decide to do as far as the Mayfair Fields go, I would just want as much input as possible from the site. Then also, when I go to school sites, I hear a lot about the ACs. Is there? I know it's a struggle too, because I know sometimes a new AC, but maybe staff like leaves the door open all the time, or they go down. I get it; they're expensive, but have we done like a I don't know, like a audit on how our ACs are doing and make sure that we replace? Because that's something that I've witnessed even with my own kids' classroom. Like it's just not acceptable, and I know that there's a few classrooms that deal with it right now, and they take a while to get fixed. Is that something we looked at with these funds?
That is correct, and that's part of the CalShape funding. The assessment is one big component of that funding to be able to do and identify it, and there's a possibility of some of that funding being able to use to replace. However, assessment is the first part of that.
Okay, I did see that it said something about the air purifiers in the HVAC, but it's for fixing
Assessment
them
and change of air filters as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's all the questions for now.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. Board Member Stewart, did you want to continue with your questions? Or, well, I want to allow you. You said you were going to hear.
No, I don't have any more questions. I agree with Vice President Critchfield. I think that sports and athletics are very important. I think that integrity is very important. I think doing what you say you're going to do is very important. So, I'm in favor of option 1 plus on those Mayfair fields. And I feel like the bond issues, we should do them because we said we were going to. So I feel all of those need to be completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. So as for me, I do have a couple of questions. Option 1, it's on here, detention stormwater basin. Can you speak to us a little bit more about that? What was the purpose for that?
Are you talking about on the actual drawing?
On the actual drawing, option 1?
Yeah, so that's part of the whole flood control channel and the requirements that had to be in there for that flood control channel area there, and then being able to put the parking lot on top of that.
So, but that's on the other side of where the parking lot is. Am I interpreting this map correctly?
It's the way that they designed the plans, but it's in that area there of the flood control.
So who required us to build this detention stormwater basin?
So I couldn't answer you exactly of who required it, because again, I wasn't part of that, the design of the plans. However, the architects would have had to look at all of that and work with structural engineers to make those determinations.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because, please correct me if I'm wrong, I wasn't part of the board back then, but did we at some point want to place these stormwater basins in here to capture water because there was a request of the city?
Generally, that is a state requirement. Several years back, there was an assembly bill that was passed that requires all locations, businesses or otherwise, to capture stormwater runoff. So the basin is going to be generally part of a state requirement as opposed to anything local.
So as a state requirement, are we supposed to pay for this here? Or is the state going to help us fund this portion of the field?
So there is a provision in the state constitution that says that the state cannot pass laws forcing cities and other public agencies to do things without first providing funding. They have long since forgone that requirement, and many of the legislative pieces that have passed have come with unfunded mandates. Cities have been fighting this for a long time. This happens to be one of those.
So just to understand what you're saying. We have to place this structure underneath our field, but it's not funded by the state who required us to have it in here. Okay. Is there another way that we can get this paid for? Because this obviously, it's structure underground. I'm even thinking of maybe, years and years and years and years down the line, integrity of the fields. That's what comes to mind. I'm hoping that, I think it's, you said DSA, who did all these calculations and renderings, perhaps, along with the architects.
No, DSA would not do the renderings. DSA approves the renderings from our architects. It's our architects that have done them.
Okay, so I'm assuming that that was taken into consideration. But could we perhaps maybe reach out and to actually please reach out to our surrounding water districts and see if maybe they're interested in having access to our fields and build this help us build this structure. That way we can get some of that money back and reuse it to maybe expand the field itself and add those structures and areas that our staff is saying that we're not necessarily taken into account right now. Because this, I think I don't want to bypass this opportunity. I think it's a really good opportunity to start reaching out to water districts who are looking for places this large to actually place these water basins in, so that way they can capture the water. And maybe even we can partner with them. Hopefully they can go 100%. I don't know. It depends on what type of conversations we have with them, and reuse that money that we would have had to invest creating this structure, and maybe adding something else that we need. So if we can, board members, if you agree with me, I'm hoping that we can revisit, send this back, revisit input from our staff, coaches. Also bands. I think bands have to do some, right? I know, so they have to use these fields as well. So maybe there is something that we are missing in that as well. And any other extracurricular activities that are going to be using these fields, please. So that way we capture everyone's input. It doesn't mean that we're not going to stick with this one, but I would love to see something come back that takes the current staff's input, that perhaps looks at these amounts again as well, and that we have spoken to surrounding water districts, so that way maybe they can partner with us in making this a field of the future, like our board member Critchfield was saying.
Madam President, may I ask one question? When these were originally drafted, wasn't there something with like a partnership where they would actually pay for part of it if you did the water basin? Because I know Lakewood did that at Mayfair Park, where they did something where they actually paid for a lot of the renovations because they were able to put that underground. Was that something that was presented to the board at some time?
Because I was not part of cabinet or under this, I would have to go back and look to be able to give you an accurate answer on that.
Was it?
It was.
Okay.
So it was a collaboration with Caltrans and the city of Lakewood, actually, that was going to partner with us to be able to build these storm drains. And at the time, it looked like it was moving forward. But then when I got off the board in 2018, I don't know what happened after that.
Okay.
I was under the impression that Caltrans pulled out, and so then that left a big gap of funds from deficit for the city as well as for the district.
Okay, I was just curious because I remember hearing that.
I just wanted to add that part of that also had to do at Esther Lindstrom. You know, that dam there that would lead back into there, it was all part of that too, when we had talked about. May I make a quick comment? if you
Yes,
finish?
Board Member Hassel.
So we have just, okay, I heard what the coaches had to say. I heard from BTA in regards to what we're looking at. And because we did get some information, we have a very short time frame. I would hate for us to lose the opportunity to move forward to start. We have the funds already for these fields. And it's such a short time frame. May 3rd, by the time things go out to bid, by the time we approve the bidder, by the time it comes back to us to look at, it's less than a year to work on these fields. And I think that if we do option 1 plus, we can move forward and incorporate what was already approved by DSA instead of waiting to get additional input. I'm looking at benchmarks that we need to follow and also time frame and the urgency to have these fields repaired and renovated so students can start using them. I don't want us to get caught in a cycle where we're constantly having to go back and then we've lost time and then we have to go through the whole process and then we're looking at 2028, 2026 versus now. That's just my feedback. I support option 1.
So did you want to begin with comment? Go ahead.
Sorry. Just real quick. So these are estimated today's numbers, right? For 1, 2, and 3? Or are these are how long ago?
So this is the last estimate that our architectural gave us based on 21-22 information.
21, 22? Okay.
Right. Which is why in information sharing, use some cushion there. Again, when you take it out to bid, it can come back higher and or lower.
Right. And then those details on how we would move forward on this would be later on, obviously, how we would manage this scope of project, right?
Yes, that would be your approval process. So once it goes out to bid, all of the bidding information and the amounts that the bidders provided on that would be brought to the board to decide who it is that they would award the contract to.
Okay. And just as far as my take for clarity and direction is, I think option 1 plus and handle the other projects that we said we were going to handle in the bond and make good on those promises to the community.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. Board Member Stewart. Hassan. Board Member Stewart.
Sorry, just a clarifying question. All of this money has to be spent, or like the projects have to be, can you explain? I know you said September of 2025, March of 2025, but does it all have to be spent? Does it have to be started? What are the parameters around that?
It has to be started. So
So it has to just be started. It doesn't have to be completed.
That's the DSA approval. After, if nothing has started on that project, you would then have to go back and start the whole approval process again. It just has to be started.
Right, so we don't lose all of the money. We would just lose the DSA approval, which I realize is a lot of money, but we wouldn't lose all the 24 million. We would lose like the 680,000 that we got for DSA approval, correct?
Well, we paid into the DSA approval.
Correct.
So we paid that. Yeah, no, you haven't paid anything to a contractor. The amount of money that it would cost to do the project, that goes to the contractor once the bid is awarded to that contractor.
Right, so if the board decided to take time and get input and things like that, we could maybe possibly lose that part, but not all of this money and not of all of that, right?
Well, if we have to take something back to DSA, then it may cost more in terms of all of the additional, because I guess clarification would be option 1 plus. What does that plus mean? Because if we're talking about changing the design and everything, then it's a matter of taking it back to DSA to approve that new design.
Right, so just in what you've said, it just seems like there needs to be more collaboration, more discussion, so I don't want to just rush this decision. And if we're not losing the money, we might have to spend a little bit more, but I agree that we should do it right. We shouldn't rush it for any reason. We should do it and do it right the first time. So I agree with Vice President Critchfield again on that point.
So I did have a couple more questions.
We're trying to count. I believe I heard, and I think staff says, Dr. Sue and Mr. Critchfield said go ahead and go option 1 plus. But I've also heard I believe two people say, slow down and go back, look at the water, consider working with the city or the state with the water basins, and also get feedback. So that would slow, Dr. Sue, that would slow us down. So I think we just need clarity about, we're gonna have to be very clear on.
So
where we
I
go
still
from
had some more questions.
Yeah.
So my next question is, to Board Member Stewart's point, when we go back, if we get that information from our staff, how long would that take us?
Well, depending on the direction you give us now, we would obviously, work with all of the different directions that you have given us, getting that input and so forth, work with the architects.
I'm sorry, Ms. Olguin, let me rephrase my question. How long will it take us to get staff input?
I mean, we can schedule a meeting as soon as staff is available.
So please get together with staff, and I'm thinking that it will take maybe by the end of Friday to get that information. So by Friday, please make sure that you get staff input.
I would just have to double check with, because I would want to make sure that our architects are also involved, because they are the experts in the design, so making sure that they're available to meet with staff as well too, to make sure that they are able to be there to answer any of the questions.
Thank you for pointing that out. So how long for our architects to meet with our staff?
I will check to see if they're available next week.
By any time by the end of next week, correct? Which is Friday, working day.
I will check to see and let you guys know when they're available.
Okay, that sounds good. Please put it in a memo as soon as you get that date to go to the board, so that we were kept updated, please. My next question is, how long, once our staff talks to the architects, they decide that there's other things that need to be, infused in here, added. How long is a DSA process?
Well, it would depend if those new things require DSA approval. If there's nothing to do with the structural, then it may not require DSA. And that's, again, why I want to make sure that the architects are there, because they would be able to provide that knowledge and saying this isn't something that, requires us to have to go back to DSA. It is simply something that in the scope of work we can change without that requirement. So I couldn't give you an answer on that. In terms of DSA, I will say that the delay with DSA right now sometimes is even up to 6 months in them getting back, because they are backed up.
Okay, so then we need to make sure that our staff, when they're giving that input, understand that it may take 6 months if it's a structural change, correct?
It may, yes, correct. And again, the architects would communicate that information depending on how, what kind of changes that they are.
Okay, so if you can please let them know that, because obviously that will make the determination whether they recommend one project over another, perhaps. Let's see. My next question would be, how long for staff to reach out to surrounding water districts and see if they are going to be able to partner with us in adding the stormwater basin?
Well, first I want to make sure that based on the information that was shared today, just looking at some of that history that was already, and then use that history information to be able to look at that and also work with the architects on all of that and seeing, and then be able to make the next steps on that. I would think that that would all go hand in hand as we're looking at this.
Roughly. And kind of an approximation, maybe 3 months or 1 month, a week?
And I want to make sure I'm understanding then your question on that sense there, because do you mean just contacting the cities, the different cities on this?
Well, I didn't say cities, I said surrounding water districts.
Okay.
So it would not necessarily we're not looking at partnering now with the cities, although that's a great option as well. But I'm thinking of more of water districts, because I know that they are looking for spaces this large to place cisterns in right now, currently.
Well, again, want to look at the history there and seeing, and then working with the architects. I mean, that's just a phone call, getting that information so we can start looking at that next week.
So a week. So
Now, whether we get a hold of them, we'll keep you guys
Yes.
posted on that information.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I understand.
Mhm.
Just as long as we're giving a week to reach out and have some type of update for the board. On the Friday memo, yes, we were successful in making connection. No, we were not successful in making a connection. We're still continuing to go forward with this. So we're looking at about, speaking to staff 1 week, trying to make a connection with surrounding water districts. That's another week as well. So maybe 3, just, to make it a little bit more flexible, 2 weeks, just for those pieces that we can more or less put a timeline on. And then DSA obviously is going to be, we don't know where we're going to land on that one. You're saying 6 months, so 6 months and 2 weeks. And we have to start, break ground by September 24? March
25.
25, sorry.
Correct.
25. Okay, what is the date again?
I think we're confusing two different dates because of the ESSER funding and
Okay.
the projects here. So you've got approval there on these until March 3rd of 2025 on the
Okay.
fields. That's your DSA approval.
So March 23rd.
March
Twen-
3rd.
March 3rd. Thank you, 2025.
Correct.
So it sounds like it's doable. I don't know, am I doing the math wrong? Right?
So just for clarity, as long as we break down and start the project by March 3rd, 2025, that's the requirement, right? And when it comes to the detention, stormwater, we're mandated to do that anyway, right? It's really a matter of funding, and if we can get somebody to come in, like President Garza mentioned, to maybe partner or pay for it, but that's more of a funding thing, right? Because we have to do that anyway. It's part of the plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So my understanding with legal is that this is an action item for us to call a motion to vote on?
No.
No, it is a
just a
discussion
discussion.
item. You provide direction to staff based on consensus on the dais, and they will come back with, are we going to go out to bid? Is the project approved to do so? That's when you will give a motion and continue that way.
So right now, it would be whether we all agree on motion, option 1, and plus, given the information that President Garza was saying, we still need to seek. Is that correct?
So, yes,
I
basically,
just want to make
it's
sure we're on the board. so-
Yeah.
Okay.
direction with the option. If you want to do the plus, have the meetings with other staff, look at those other options. So, at this point, it doesn't seem like the board is prepared to give direction to go out to bid on this issue because you want more discussion. That would be the direction to give to staff to continue that dialogue. And then once it's ready, the architects have looked on, the new elements have been added, then you can direct staff to go out to bid.
Right, I know we're not voting on it, but just again to clarify, where I stand, I would be for option 1 plus, but I would encourage, and actually, I think the only way to go forward with it is making sure that the site and the staff are completely involved in what we do here. And then we could look at that DSA 6-month thing and see if that needs to happen. But I would say the next thing I would want to see is what this looks like with the added input. And then for the other 2 projects, I would say those are things that we promised in the bond, and we should move forward with those as well. Because I know we want direction on all 3 of those projects, so that's where I'd stand on it.
I think also the amounts of how much it would cost would be helpful as well. I had a question. Do we know, or can we find out, and can we include in our memos, how long it took for the first DSA approval? From when we entered it to when it got approved, how long it took? Thank you.
We'll look at that.
So I believe you've got direction from Board Member Stewart, direction from Board Member Critchfield. My direction is option 1, looking into the actual amounts as well, like Board Member Stewart was saying, getting some direction from our staff on that campus, and anyone who is going to be using these fields after school as well. And then also continuing with the Thomas Jefferson parking lot, but not, for me, not the maintenance yard. And the reason is because we do have declining enrollment, and it is something that we can probably use that money somewhere else. Maybe build a contingency with that, so that way in case anything else comes up, we have that extra padding for us to meet those deadlines that the board will be establishing, and along with the architects who are gonna help us do that. But Board Member Armstrong, Dizon, sorry, she's been waiting so patiently. Yes, Student Board Member Dizon.
So, Ms. Holguin, if the ESSER funds for the science labs at Bellflower High School were not approved, what would happen to the 500 wing?
We would have to look at other funding sources to be able to do those renovations if they're not approved.
And most likely that other funding would be achieved through bonds, grants, possibly the general fund?
Correct. We would have to look at to see if some of that committed funding could be used for that, if there's still availability of those funds.
Okay, thank you. Aside from that, with the committed ending fund balance delayed for facilities repairs, roughly the estimate for the 3 projects that are up for discussion is around $20 million, correct, give or take?
That is correct.
Yes. If there are any funds remaining out of the committed ending fund, what would be done with those?
That would be a board decision. We would bring it back and discuss what are some, and if the ESSER funds don't approve for the science, that could be something that would be brought up to the board as well too.
I see. Members of the board, I would like to ask, have any of you paid a visit to Bellflower High School's science labs or science classrooms in recent years? Yes, thank you. With that in consideration, for our population of over 2,000 students at Bellflower, we have a total of 1 science lab in the entirety of our school. And that science lab was actually a former hallway for locker rooms and for storage. Not only are our science department, our teachers not able to use, do not use that room, they are not able to use that room. It does not have windows, it does not have ample space for a class size of over 20 to 30 students to conduct proper interactive learning in. And I think the sentiment shared with me from our science department, our administration, it's quite disappointing to see so little consideration given to Bellflower High School with regards to our STEAM departments, especially from the school district. Correct me if I'm wrong, members of the board or Ms. Holguin. Within the last 12 years of Measure BB being passed, was the only major capital project done at Bellflower High School the main football field that we share with Mayfair?
Yes, and there was also some renovation to the gymnasiums.
Right, okay, thank you. With that being said, it is not, I do not place any blame on former board members or any of the previous administration that had decided on the allocation of funds to these facilities for the betterment of our school district. I think it is great that Mayfair was finally able to get their STEAM building after so many years of not being passed. I think it is great that Mayfair is finally getting the football fields that were promised to them. However, with the project of the STEAM building going over budget, that obviously left room for other projects to not be started or not completed. One of those projects, the BUSD maintenance yard, when the original plans for that maintenance yard were being made, they were going to cut about 1/3 to a half of our actual soccer field, which is why we were given a turf field to replace that. And I believe that President Garza, correct me if I'm wrong, the funding for that was mostly provided by the city of Bellflower, not the school district.
I believe it was, but Ms. Holguin?
That is correct.
Thank you. Aside from that, our about 20 years ago, was the nutrition center a project funded by the school district, or was a project like that the school district wanted?
I wouldn't have an answer for you on that. We would have to do some history on that.
Okay. Do you know if the nutrition center for Bellflower Unified still uses caterers or us, or caters for us?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Okay, thank you. Originally, Bellflower High School had a baseball field connected to what is now our main football field, and that baseball field was leveled off in order to create the BUSD Nutrition Center. I think it is beneficial for our school district to have a really great facility for the distribution of food, basically to be equal across our school district. However, again, territory was encroached upon in order to make that nutrition center, and that's the reason we had a new baseball field created 20 years ago. And the condition of that baseball field is still really great, and I think that is a testament to how much importance our athletic director and our baseball coaches have taken in maintaining that field. It is a little disheartening, or more than a little disheartening, to see about $40 to $50 million being spent in terms of the STEAM field for Mayfair High School, and then another 15 million being spent on their sports fields. While I am in agreement, it is their rightful, how should I say, it is their right to have that because it was passed by the bond in Measure BB. But what has Bellflower seen in the last 12 years, whether it's from the bond or from the school district, that contributed to the betterment of our STEAM field, even with athletics? Because our main football field, that is not owned by Bellflower. That is a district-owned facility that our athletic director always has to have approval for. Same with Mayfair's athletic director to be used. This last year, Bellflower has used our football field a total of 4 times. I believe Mayfair has used it more than that. And it's just, how can a supposed $3 million only be spent on our science labs? And I believe the language used in the plan for ESSER 3 was update science labs to provide equitable access to STEM courses and materials while supporting inquiry-based pedagogy and active learning. Is $3 million compared to $50 million equitable? That is the question I would like to ask. And I mean, our CTA pathways, or the new classes that we got, like aviation, improvements to the culinary arts department, our auto shop, even our mock hospital, those were achieved through grants by Ms. Acevedo from CalAPS and from the hard work of our CT chair. I would like the board to consider Bellflower in its plans, in any of its future plans, whether it be for STEAM or athletics or just anything, because our students deserve the right to a quality education. Our students deserve to be able to dream that they can be engineers, that they can be mathematicians, that they can be successful in STEM. And at this moment in time, I don't really see that reflected in the sentiments of our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Dizon. I believe that all on the board share your insights, and you're right, how that doesn't look equitable. This, if I can just speak to that, it's actually, we made a promise as a district. So we're trying to make good on the promises that we had committed to, but that's not to say that we're not going to continue to look at Bellflower, but we completely see what you're saying. So please don't think that your comments are falling on deaf ears. We do and will have Bellflower High School, middle school, on our minds. We just need to finish this so that way we can pivot and work on your campus as well. But I know that we all share those sentiments. We do believe what you're saying. Like, how can our students become engineers if we don't give them the resources to be engineers and work in them? Anyone else, if you'd like to make a comment?
I just want to say that I totally agree with you. That hallway was there when I went to school there. So I see that. And if you're not familiar with that science building, it is a long hallway. So a teacher teaching, you cannot see everybody. So unless it's used for group work, I don't know how a teacher could teach in there. I also wanted to say, too, that remember the facilities and the things for Mayfair, they're also safety concerns and for their education as well. I get sent videos all the time from PE teachers there if the wind is blowing that day. There's just, mud and there's like dirt all over the place. So there's other things to consider. It is for educational use. It's not just for our athletes, but it is for, our PE classes and things like that as well. So, but I agree with you. I think that, what you're saying is accurate.
And I'll echo my colleague, Ms. Stewart. Like, when we went to that science lab, we felt the exact same way, and it does deserve our attention. But I just want to say thank you for speaking on that, and your voice is very appreciated. So thank you very much. And I think that is something that we should look at, and I'm glad to have you up here with us so we can keep those conversations going too.
I would like to comment, and thank you. Good job on your first night here. I wanted to say that I think we should take it one step further, and I think we as a board should look at exploring how we can improve the science labs and and ask staff to just explore options of what we can do and what kind of sources of funds that we have to start looking at that. It's just a question to put out there. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you. So staff, just want to confirm that you have the direction that you need?
I was actually going to ask the same, and just for a clear understanding. So from what I'm hearing in regards to the Mayfair Fields projects, we're going to be coming back to you based on all the information that we gather from when we meet with staff, architects, and the storm districts to provide back information on that, and then seeking that approval to go out to bid. On the other projects, I heard moving forward with the exception of Ms. Garza in the area of the maintenance yard expansion. Did I hear that correctly? Moving forward with the expansion for all other four in the, Thomas Jefferson, I heard all five were in agreement.
Could I ask about the maintenance yard? I know we spend a lot of time on the Mayfair Fields. Could we maybe, when we come back, maybe give us a little bit more information on the maintenance yard? And because I don't walk around the maintenance yard, I don't really know why it's so important and what the level of urgency is with it. Or maybe you can answer those questions now.
I was going to say, there is no level of urgency. Again, these are board decisions in regards to all of these. This is why we're seeking direction with all of these projects. It's up to the board to decide how they would like the district and what they would like us to go out and do. So in terms of the decision at that time, as stated, was there needed to be an expansion for the buses in that area. As I stated, we do have enough parking right now. I know one of the areas we're looking at is replacing some of our buses.
Board Member Armstrong, I'm not sure if we heard from you your final thoughts.
I would like to go with option one for the fields for Mayfair, and then hopefully we have funds to do the Thomas Jefferson Park and student drop-off. Because actually, that's not the only site to where kids are being dropped off in the middle of the street, but that's the most dire need, I believe, in the district at this time. So yeah, option one, I think I'm ready to go out for the bid. Whether we get funding or not, additional funding or not for the stormwater basin, we're still going to do it. So one way or the other, it's going to be built. So I say move forward with option one and Thomas Jefferson parking lot.
Board members, Armstrong, no on the maintenance yard?
At this time, we don't need it.
Staff, was that recorded?
Yes, but I have 3 others who said yes on the parking from earlier, or what am I hearing? For the expansion of the maintenance yard, Ms. Stewart,
So
I have a
I'm gonna,
question.
earlier it
I'm
was-
gonna go ahead and go down the line and just confirm that. Board member Stewart, maintenance yard, yes or no?
I have a question. Sorry, one, does it encroach on Bellflower's fields?
It's part of that was, as she mentioned, was reduced.
And two, is it possible to get somewhere up here, someone to explain to us why it's important, or can we hear from staff on why they would feel that was important?
Sure, we can ask do some background and bring some more information to you.
Okay. We don't have anyone here that could speak to it, or no?
Mr. Turner, do you know anything additionally on that?
One second, Mr. Turner.
So if he's a staff member, he can speak because obviously staff can engage with the board to provide reports. It's a matter of the public being able to comment, and that's why the comment period is open at the beginning to discuss any issues they have with any items on the agenda.
And Mr. Turner is recently started as our interim director of maintenance and operations, so I wouldn't expect that he'd know the full, but we will definitely do some homework and get that information back to you.
Thank you. Board member Critchfield?
Well, I'd say option 1 plus, get the input, yes on the parking drop-off. And then as for the maintenance yard, I mean, I'm inclined to say, looks like we don't need it, but to be honest, I'm just thinking if it's on the list and it was important enough to spend $68,000 on architecture design fees, I would assume that it's something that we at some point thought was important, but I think we should have more information on that one.
Sure.
Board member Hessen?
The funds that, if we don't use that expansion, did you say we can use them for updating our buses? I heard you say something like that.
You could.
Because I would vote for that, to upgrade our buses.
That would be a general fund expenditure.
Yeah.
Again, we're looking at this amount here in terms of what is, that wouldn't necessarily be considered a delayed facility repair. However, you could look at general funds and see if there is funding there to be able to do that.
May I ask, fellow board members, could I ask you to perhaps just possibly think about any extra funds or anything that isn't required to have a contingency, once we meet that contingency, to be used to look at a new science building for the Bellflower High School? Or maybe upgrading it or doing something to that other than what is currently on there, is recommended?
Well, that's what I had.
Yes.
That's what I had recommended, that we explore the option of what we can do in order to upgrade the science lab at Bellflower High School.
So, okay. So then, just like board member Hassan had recommended earlier, could we look at that, board members?
Can I ask, isn't that happening through the ESSER funds?
Correct. That's what that proposal is. It's obviously not a brand-new STEAM building like we have over at Mayfair, but it is taking the frame and modernizing everything within there and providing new labs as well as new workroom and storage area.
So
But it is using the existing frame.
I would just take the same framework that we're talking about with the Mayfair Fields. Let's take what we want to do to those classrooms and take it to them, the people that are going to be in the classroom, and find out what they would be asking for to make that place the best it can be for the students.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
I think we should, I would say, look at that as an option and get that input, and let's see what that looks like.
All right, perfect. So I know we've been going back and forth on this for a while now. So any questions, staff, as to direction from the board?
I think we got it all down. I saw my colleagues taking notes. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And if another question comes up, please don't hesitate to reach out to us when appropriate.
President Garza, I'm going to need to be excused.
Yes. All right. So let's go ahead and move forward now to Bellflower Unified School District Foundation.
Okay. Our next discussion item in the Bellflower Unified School District is the Bellflower Unified School District Foundation, the creation of it. It is recommended that board discuss the concept and process of establishing a Bellflower Unified School District Foundation that will bring additional funds to support the education of BUSC students and schools. Staff is looking for direction from the board as to how they would like to discuss the creation of the foundation, bylaws, structure, operations. Appropriate discussion would include a desire from the board to create a subcommittee or a special meeting where the whole board participates in the discussion. So legal is here, the staff is here. We would just like to get guidance on what the best, how to best move forward on establishing the foundation.
Thank you, Dr. Drati. Questions, comments? I'm going to go ahead and defer to Board Member Critchfield because I believe this is what he was requesting.
So again, this is something that I'm excited about for our district. I think that by even entertaining the idea of creating a foundation, I think we're signaling that we are doing our job here as a board to find the proper funding for our students. And also, a lot of times when I'm in the community, I hear there's a lot of like little things that are big things on the sites that, a foundation could really plug those holes and make sure things like, especially in athletics, and a lot of the funding that would otherwise be harder to get, a foundation can really help us out from a district angle. And I know other foundations in our, ABC has a foundation, Downey has a foundation, Long Beach has a foundation. I know we're a different district, and it doesn't mean that our foundation is going to be huge. It doesn't mean we're going to have a Long Beach foundation, but I think that since I've been involved in the district, and especially on the board, there have been many instances where people wanted to donate to the district, and there have been hurdles, and it has been difficult. And I don't know how much that deters people from actually giving back to their school that they went to, whether that's athletics or otherwise. So I think that having the foundation, I think that it'll foster that environment in our community where we really are doing whatever we can to make sure our children are served. And I think that in forming it, it's going to be a lot more conversations of how we actually do that. So I would, eventually recommend going to subcommittee to gather all of that information and then bring that to the board. Yeah.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. Board Member Armstrong?
I know I spoke in favor about two meetings ago. I went to the Alhambra Foundation Association where, I know I mentioned it, and then the next meeting I think it's a good idea too, but it's, yeah, I went to the, I went to the Alhambra Education Foundation, and it was a fundraiser. I spoke about it. So I really, it would be nice for us to figure out how to get one started. So let's figure out how to get one started and go forward.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart.
Well, it sounds like we've all been talking about the foundation because I've been talking with Dr. Trotti and Mr. Critchfield and everyone. So obviously it sounds like it's a really good idea that we all want. I did a little bit of research on it, just looking at like CSBA's foundation. A lot of it is just basically providing direct support, having long-term visions, goals for better facilities, better programs, supportive families, just advancing the best interests of our students and community, getting grants. These are things that I see with my vision would be for the foundation. I know I've looked at other schools that have that. They basically want to involve businesses and community partners, obtain donations for community, alumni. I think alumni is super huge. I know one of the admin at Bellflower High School is talking about a Hall of Fame every 2 years. We see lots of different districts do that. We should be doing that. If you go look at that board, there's a lot of people that could be on that board, and that's a way to engage your community, a way to get alumni there, to have dinners, to have donations. So I see things like that. Securing grants, again, just enriching our students' K through 12 experiences, really focus, athletics, band, color guard, specific programs or pathways, providing supplies and equipment, taking some of the burden off of parents. Another thing that I would like to recommend, Dr. Jati, is I noticed that Austin Eckler, he's a player for, in the NFL, he has a foundation, and they've renovated a few weight rooms already. I think that Bellflower has been asking for that, and I hope I can direct staff to, there's an application, and you can go fill it out, and you just go to his foundation, and basically they just did Long Beach Poly, they did Santa Barbara, and they basically get the funding, and they work with the community and other foundations, and I think that's something that we should look into with that foundation to possibly help with our weight room. But I think it's a great idea. I think, again, athletics and everything are very important. We get a lot of funding for certain things. We don't get a lot of funding for other things, like sports, like our band, we're always hearing that we could help out with uniforms or, equipment or things like that. So I think a foundation would be an amazing idea. So I'm really glad that this is brought to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. I'm in agreement with my fellow board members. I believe that this has a positive, effect on the school district. As just tonight, the items that we were considering could have, had we had one prior, could have been funded through a foundation. So I'm in agreement. I also agree that a subcommittee going forward would be great. So with your permission, board, we can go ahead and make those decisions. Dr. Dorati, you and I can talk about it tomorrow and see. Obviously, Board Member Critchfield, since it was his item, I would love to have him, if he's okay with going forward with it.
Okay.
And then we'll discuss our second board member.
So we have consensus on a subcommittee then, is that what we're saying?
Do we have consensus on a subcommittee?
Absolutely, and I would love to be a part of that if you choose me as well. Thank you.
But I think I may have missed one person to chime in. Board Member Dizon.
I think a foundation for just to help out in general, our athletic teams, just the really great programs we have at Bellflower Unified School District would be great. Our vocal department, shout out to them. They've been doing really great the last couple of years. They've expanded a lot since coming back from COVID, and I know that a lot of the time when they want to fund for their tours, it's a lot of fundraising on our own, and while that teaches our students to be adaptable, I think a little extra help would be really great. And even for our band, we have a really great award-winning band program, and I think all of our programs at the school district do deserve extra help, so I think that would be great.
Perfect. Thank you, Board Member Dizon. Board Member Armstrong, did you want to add a comment, question?
No. Like I said, everyone's been on the same page, wanting to get this started. So We just need the parameters in which we need to operate.
Perfect. So I heard that Board Member Stewart is interested. Dr. Dradi? So subcommittee can be comprised of yourself, our general counsel, Board Member Critchfield, and Board Member Stewart. Okay, thank you. We can now move forward to our organizational chart.
Great. Our final discussion item is the 2023-24 organizational chart. At the October 12th meeting, the board requested that staff bring forth a discussion for discussing a representation of the district office organizational chart. Attached in your board book is a representation of the 2023-24 district office org chart. So at this point, we're looking for, staff is looking for direction on what anything you would like to us to incorporate in that org chart, or where to place it. So anyway, give us direction where to go from there.
Thank you. Board Member Armstrong?
Who brought this up?
I believe it was all of us. It was myself, Board Member Critchfield, Board Member Stewart, and then on our last meeting, it was Dr. Sue, but prior to her,
Yeah.
we had all expressed
Yeah.
this interest.
So, yeah, I think the issue that we had with with this org chart is that we didn't know who to go to, or who did what duties, you know. So as long as we could, you know, define who's where and who is available to answer specific questions, it just needs to be developed in that way. So.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart?
Thank you. Also, thank you for acknowledging that a lot of us have been talking about this, because I know September 7th, I spoke about it publicly in the board meeting, so I'm really glad to see it on the agenda. I think it looks good. I have a few questions. My first question is, I see that there's a vacancy on the Director of Special Programs and Services. Is that being flown currently?
Yes, it is.
My second question is on the business and personnel services. Is it normal to have one person overlooking both of those departments?
In traditional districts, you wouldn't see that. We're actually having conversation about that right now.
Okay.
So more to come on that.
Okay, so there could be a plan to have one and one instead of overlooking both of those.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was really it. That was really it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield?
Thank you, Madam President. So just because this will be the org chart that's going to go on the new website.
We're going to put it up right now. I mean, it's going to be a website now, but it'll be incorporated in when the new website is also put up as well.
Okay. I would only
with,
ask
with more details about
like drop downs.
Yeah.
All that.
It's hard to
Okay. I would only ask that it's not too many clicks to get to it. That's easy to find. And I know the timing of this because we are revamping the website and we're doing the complete overhaul. But I appreciate getting this out a little ahead of the rest. So thank you for the work on this. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. Thank you for the work, again, like Board Member Critchfield and Armstrong and Stewart had also thanked you for. Here's my concern, that you've been at our district now for, let's see, it's close to a year and a half, close. But, or a school year, sorry. Yes, 10 months. Thank you. Seems a little longer. But we had all requested this, and you're saying that you're having conversations about the separation of this director of instructional personnel and our associate superintendent. When I myself need a day.
Yeah.
Because you work with these people. It shouldn't be that difficult to schedule a day to have that conversation. And I'm not saying that who to hire, who to fire, whatever it is, because I know I, as a board member, cannot do that. But I can ask you for a day.
So the way, anytime you do an org chart and changing positions or who's responsible for what, everybody has job descriptions for certificated staff, whether it be management or classified. If I'm going to change somebody's job description, I have to do it in I have to do it in a time where it's approved on March 15th when we do different adjustments to people's job schedules and all that. So when I got here, I knew this was a question, but I only had 2 months to try to see if it would be before last March 15th, before any kind of final adjustments are done for me to be able to change people's job descriptions and all that. That would have been unfair to the entire staff for me to do that, and I think I explained that. I think I told you that this fall and this winter I'm going to be discussing this in preparation for changes for March 15th, so that's been my timeline. And if I can put that in a Friday memo. I thought I did, but I can put it again in the Friday memo.
So thank you for that explanation. I still need a day. And the reason is because March 15 is going to be fast approaching here.
Yes.
And if we can't have a repeat of, and I understand, you're brand new, you had to know your staff, get to know them, but now we're past that time. So March 15th will get here.
Yes.
And we need you to decide and have these conversations prior. So if you can, in the Friday memo, next Friday's memo, not this one, but the following week, in next Friday's memo, please give us a day when you will have a conversation as to how you're going to separate those two, or if you will, or if you won't, or bring us some type of recommendations so that way we can.
Yeah, so I will put something on next Friday memo. I want to be clear though, these conversations have been taking place. What I just stated right now, that I'm about to separate or change people's job descriptions, normally would be a scary thing for people that's going to be impacted by this. I'm doing it publicly because those conversations already existed, right? So March 15th is a timeline where these changes have to occur legally, but even before that, decisions are going to be made around December in preparation for board items to be inputted in February, and then you go to the March 15th. So that's an order of events. So these conversations started in the spring. It just didn't happen now. So as I mentioned, me mentioning this alone, normally a superintendent wouldn't do that because you're about to impact people's job. And it would be unfair for me to even mention something publicly before I had a conversation with them. So knowing that I said this because we had the conversation already.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. That gives us a lot more information than what you had originally told us. So by December is when we should see something along the lines. Okay, thank you. So then now going to, I believe it was the open position. Sorry, what was that again? Remember, Stuart?
It is the Director of Special Programs and Services.
Perfect. So that's a huge vacancy.
Yes.
That we are not filling, that I'm pretty sure we have someone else trying to do that job as well. It's not fair to that person who is doing double duty, and I'm not even sure if we're paying them, for that extra amount of duties that they have taken on. So we need a date.
Yeah. So if you're wondering why it took so long, this position had a position. That person was just on leave. We couldn't just replace a position like that without having a resignation to say, otherwise we would have two positions. Doing that. So now that we have the resignation, I got the authorization, I gave the authorization at this cabinet meeting, at the last cabinet meeting, to go ahead and do that. But it wasn't, there was no, trust me, I hear it from the staff, how much work it is. So there was no time wasted to say, so we had to kind of go through that journey and get the things in motion to take place to clear the way for us to be able to post a position. But in the meantime, yeah, the staff in the district office had to rally, and it was stressful for a lot of them. But there was no lag in time or anything like that. We have to kind of wait to make sure that all the pieces lined up.
Thank you. So the date, again, would be?
For the posting or for hiring?
Well, I thought you had already posted.
I
It was
give
just
them
recent,
direction to
yeah, it was
post.
just recently flown, so we'll see if
Okay.
there's any applicants and we'll move forward.
Okay, so if you could keep us updated, please, thank you. And I will be coming back and asking you in the next board meeting how we're doing. Also, the drop downs. Board Member Critchfield, this is your expertise, so I'm going to defer to you. How long would a drop down take?
I think that just depends on how we're developing the new website. I'm sure whoever's developing the website can figure it out, but I think the goal would just be to make sure that it's easy to navigate and fewest clicks possible. So I mean, I don't want to design it, but I think that that's something that we would look for as far as good design, just easy to find and drop down so we can see the information, but it shouldn't be difficult.
So maybe like 2 weeks, a month, like how? No, I'm not trying
no
to.
idea.
I'm not trying to pin you down or anything.
I have no idea.
I'm gonna say, can you please get back to us and tell us how you're doing on those drop downs in about 2 weeks, please? On a Friday memo.
The only thing I would consider, because I think the new website is going to be up pretty soon, and
have
you
to get-
you would be doing double the work if you were to create this on the current platform, correct?
Yeah, I could certainly prioritize this if that's the will of the people, of the board, but
What?
I have to, not this Friday memo, but I have my staff giving me a report on where we are with the website and how fast it's going to be done and all that, so I should have that cleared. I think I mentioned my goal was to try to get it up and running by this winter, but I'm not sure they're going to give me a report on where we are.
I thought we
with
said
that.
October.
Say it again now?
I thought we said October.
Yes.
Yeah, so the point is I got to give you the report of where we
Okay.
are with that, so.
So in that case, I would say invest the time up front and get it on the current platform. If we think the new website's going to take more than a month or so, then I would, but that shouldn't be too difficult
Okay.
as far as.
Perhaps, I know you have the picture in your mind what you want to see, so maybe when you think drop down, I'm thinking another thing here. So I just want to make sure you and I are on the same page
Yeah.
as to what you want drop down or what information, and if it's beyond this or if it's this or.
Yeah, I can find a district that has, and I'll send you over a link. This is kind of what I think the board is looking for. But then again, I don't want to get too into the technical thing because I don't want to become the district's website designer. But I think all I care about is that it's easy to find and we can navigate it, and that can be done 100 different ways. So I'm good, but I'm looking forward to the new website.
So just if you can please keep us updated on the website in the Friday memo, please. Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying
yes,
question?
go ahead.
I know when you say by March 15th, you have to have is it for this entire organizational charter? There are only certain people that have that March 15th deadline.
So if I'm going to take anybody's position here and change their job description, to even see if they want the new job or not, it's a conversation I got to have with them before March 15th. So normally, I've done org charts before in other places. And by the way, that change isn't the only one we're looking at. We're looking to try to see if the
No,
org chart
I think
matches
I'm
that.
asking just more of the technical part of it. Is it is it anyone that works in the district office? Is it anyone on this organizational chart? I don't know that answer. I'm just
Certificate of staff.
Certificate, okay.
Certificate of staff. So.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Dizon?
I don't have any further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, did you have any questions, comments, for direction on this organizational chart?
I think I got the, we want the drop down. I'm gonna sit down and talk to Mr. Crisfield about that. I'm gonna try to, in 2 weeks, get you guys the progress of where we are with the org chart and also update about the website, where we are. I'm gonna get you that. I can't promise exactly when it's at, but I'm gonna give you the report.
Perfect.
And that's it.
Wonderful. Thank you. So now we're going to go ahead and move forward to our new business. Do any members of the board wish to add a new business item on a future agenda? Board Member Armstrong?
No.
Board Member Stewart?
No.
Board Member Critchfield?
No.
I actually do. I want to recommend that we form a subcommittee to go over board policies in the 3000s. I'm looking for consensus.
So it would be a motion to create a subcommittee to review the 3000
Thank you.
section of the board policy.
Thank you. Board members, are you in agreement? To, well, I will just do the motion. Like General Counsel said. So I move to create the subcommittee of the president, the vice president, general counsel, and the superintendent to look at the board policies in the 3000s and bring them back to board with recommendations of if any of them need updating.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye.
Student Member Dizon?
Aye.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. I believe that was my only one. So we're going to move into the consent agenda. Do any members of the board have any requests to withhold any agenda items this evening? Board Member Armstrong?
No.
Board Member Stewart?
Is staff pulling any tonight? Can you let us know those first? Yeah. Should I just pull him? No? Let him do it, right?
Mm-hmm. So,
Your mic's not on.
are you pulling item 12.2? 12.13?
Thank you. I have no items to pull.
Board Member Critchfield?
No items to pull.
And I don't have any items to pull either. Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda except for items 12.2, revised calendar, Board of Education meetings, and 12.13, amendment to annual contract listings and agreements 2023-2024 fiscal year?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. So, roll call, please.
Student Board Member Dizon? Ms. Armstrong?
Oh, aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're going back to the items pulled for separate consideration. First is agenda item 12.2, revised calendar Board of Education meetings, which has been pulled by staff.
That one is just to indicate that we added a November 11th meeting for a special meeting for the 360 evaluation, and then we changed the November 16th meeting originally scheduled as a special board meeting to a regular board meeting. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Dradi. Does the board have any questions or comments?
I do. Do you want to go first, though?
No, I'll have you.
My question is, we're changing the retreat to a regular meeting. Why is that?
We actually are going to have the retreat on that November 11th for that to take place. So there's a lot of business to take care of for the regular meeting, so we needed that. Knowing that December 12th, we have a lot of celebrations to go through, so we really only have one regular meeting left before the celebrations occur in the second, on December 14th.
Correct me if I'm wrong for clarification. I thought that the retreat was going to be the first quarter data that was being presented by the principals.
We're most likely going to push that back just because of all the different just stuff we got to take care of. And then also the principals right now, pulling the data and getting them to try to better understanding and all that. We think moving it to, what do we decide to move to?
We're looking to move it to January 25th, so you'll see a retreat on that for next year.
And then the second quarter would be soon after, so are we going to do two of them very
believe
close? Are
the-
we going to stay on the schedule, or are we pushing the whole entire inquiry cycle?
No, we're not going to push the whole thing. We just wanted to give a little bit of time. So January 25th is for our principals, and then I believe it's March. I don't have the exact date, but I believe in March is when we have our second retreat. And they'll
So-
be able to do their other data at that time.
So can you update us in the memo with just the new dates and what you see as that timeline for the quarterly?
Yes.
Please.
Absolutely. And that January 25th will be an update of where they're at with that cycle, because we have to remember this is the first time that they've gone through that. So that's we'll put that in the memo as far as what you might expect to see on that January 25th date and what you might expect to see in March.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield?
No questions. Thanks.
I don't have any questions either. So I think we're done with this one.
Point of order, Mrs. Garza. Can we allow Student Board Member Dizon
I'm
to
so
weigh in?
sorry.
Thank you.
No worries, President Garza.
I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just so used to. Yes, sorry.
It's all right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. So then let's go ahead and,
12.13?
yes, 12.13. Thank you.
Don't we have to vote?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, in the contract
No.
matrix.
1 second. Roll call.
Motion first.
Motion and second.
Yes, motion to approve the item 12.2 revised calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Student Board Member Dizon?
Aye.
Mrs. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
No.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. Thank you. Now we move on to item 12.3. Oh, sorry, 12.13, the amendment to annual contract listings and agreements.
Yes. In the contract matrix, I'd like to call your attention to Dale Scott, the Dale Scott organization, whose staff is looking to add additional municipal advisory services in relation to bond assurance related to related matters, bond pre-election services, and voter survey research. In looking at the timeline of events that has to occur prior to the board deciding on a time on whether to go out for GO bond or not, we need the service of pre-election. We need the service for pre-election voter survey research conducted sooner rather than later. As a result, I believe utilizing the services of a vendor we already engage with, and one that is reputable in the most prudent is the most prudent course of action if we are going to meet the timelines needed for us to conduct the surveys and prepare and make a decision and be prepared to whether we're going to go for a bond or not. So I wanted to kind of highlight that because such a bonds and things like that are big interests. I just didn't want that to be passed through without any kind of discussion. So
Thank you,
if
Dr.
there's any
Darty.
questions, we can answer them.
Board Member Armstrong, questions, comments?
No, I would like to see a survey on what our community would think about a bond. So I'm in agreement with this.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Our Board Member Stewart?
Same. I agree with my colleague. I really want to support it if it's in the best interest of our students and our families, but I do have questions, and it's my job as an elected official, again, to make informed decisions. So I feel like I need input from our community as well. I believe surveying our employees or having an in-person meeting with parents, students, our custodians, our teachers, our nurses, our admin, I think it would be very important to find out what their priorities are for our facilities. I guess just some of the questions I have is, how much would this be? What would the bond be used for? Can we get a list of facilities? Can we get tours? We've talked about having tours of facilities for a while now, and I feel like I guess it's just hard for me to make sense to do this before we know what we want to spend the money on and how much we want to spend. So I also think that revisiting our 5-year plan to prioritize what the board thinks is important and decide, how much of a bond we need, what we want to do. We haven't gone through that facilities report, so I don't know if it's a special meeting, a retreat, just a discussion, but I feel like we need to go back through our facilities plans. I think that would be important as well.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I think that, those steps definitely need to be taken. As far as I am aware that this would be like that first step of surveying the community and finding out if that's even something that could happen. And then that's why I'm looking forward to the 360 evaluation, so we can have a unified vision, so we can identify those things that we would all agree on and be able to go that route. But as for first steps, the surveys, I do have questions on how we're surveying, so I would encourage more input from the board as far as what we're actually asking, because it can be a little nuanced, I think, with those surveys. But other than that, I think this is a good first step, so for it.
I'm going to go to Board Member Dizon. I need to hear her thoughts first.
I'm also in agreement that a survey receiving the thoughts and opinions of our community is very valuable in passing a bond initiative. And I also think it should be placed into consideration that whether it's an online survey or possibly a public meeting with students and their parents, whatever method would be most effective, because I know that some students may have difficulties talking to their parents or going through a digital survey with them, so if possibly their opinions could be received maybe in person, that might be easier. So I'm in agreement that a survey should be made about the bond initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Board
Let
Member.
me just make sure that so there's no confusion. This is more or less, they would do what we call a polling survey. So it'll go to a random list of people out there to try to see if people what people feel about the bonds or anything like that. So obviously it may include some of our students and all that, but they're gonna put they're gonna cast a wide net to try to capture elected people in the Bellflower Unified School District.
Thank you. Dr. Durati, I do have some questions. So you just explained that this individual, Dale Scott, is that correct? He would be conducting the poll? Okay. Is he an independent pollster, or is he attached to our, I'm sorry, his name escapes me, Mark?
So they already do a lot of work for us. They were brought here with previous boards and previous superintendents. So they're the ones that have done our, what do you call it, refinancing and things like that. So they understand how to crunch the numbers, how to assess the value of property, and are able to give us an understanding of how much we can actually ask for, we should ask for or not ask for. So they're very knowledgeable. I think I like them because it's efficient, and otherwise we would have to go after RFP or something to try to, and that'll take us out of a timeline we need. Because we have to make, we hope to have the surveys by January, so that way, or results of the surveys by January, so that way we can start making decisions on what next steps, what we want to do.
Thank you. You still didn't answer my question, though.
Yeah.
So my question, I'm going to restate it. Is Dale Scott attached to Mark, whatever, I can't recall his last name.
So Dale Scott is the company, and Mark is one of the employees for Dale Scott. So Dale Scott is the actual company with various financial advisors that would work under that area and that help to provide those services.
Okay, thank you. So they are, it's one and not the same, but they do work in tandem. Thank you.
Well, once again, Dale Scott is the name of the company, of the agency, and Mark is an employee of Dale Scott.
Of the agency, of Dale Scott. Okay, so the answer is yes. Now, my next question is, well, actually, let me make a comment first of all. I want to make sure that it is understood that I myself am for making sure that we, have money to be able to fund all the programs and facilities, because that is something that is actually not funded at this point by the state. So we have to make sure that we ourselves as a district set aside that money, and with declining enrollment, it's very difficult. So I am in, wanting to maybe at some point engage in a bond. However, at this point, looking at, what's going on right now economically, the high interest rates, I'm a little, I'm not there yet, is what I'm saying, myself. I also agree with the rest of my board members that we do need a poll, but having established that this is not an independent pollster, I would recommend that we go out and get an RFP for independent pollsters that are not associated with this company, so that way we can get a more, not as maybe a biased view of what we want to hear from our community. So
I guess I'm the bias. What do you mean by bias in terms of?
Well, if the person who's going to be conducting the poll is also going to be getting the contract, then that means that maybe the questions are not going to be as effective in getting all that information. So that's kind of where I'm looking at. And mind you, for something like this, I know that staff wants to get this on the agenda and have it approved, but it's a huge decision. That means we're going to go out and actually ask our community to fund this bond. And that's not something that we can just jump into without hearing them first. So my recommendation is, like the rest of my board members, if I'm reading them correctly, is to go to do the survey, the poll first, bring that information back, and then from hearing from the community, then we can make that decision.
Yeah, my goal is to have the poll, but I think I heard you say you wanted us to bring a different company in to do the polling. Did I hear that correctly, or?
My recommendation is a different company. Go out to RFP. We do have time. I mean, we don't have much time, but we do have some time. You know, if we do this right, we only have to do it once, and we're gonna gather exactly all the right information. We're gonna end up maybe expediting this once we hear from our community.
I have a question. Is this company, I guess I'm a little bit confused maybe, is this company the company doing the polls? Or would that be a separate company?
This company will be the one to do the poll. So we already have them under contract. They do our refinancing, but they're the ones that would do the polling. We're trying to extend their contract to be able to do the polling for us.
So there wouldn't be an additional contract for polling that's included in this?
Say it again now? No. It is a part of the numbers you're seeing include the polling.
But is this company doing the polling?
Yes. What?
So they work on putting the survey together for all of the questions that would be, however, another company through them is the one that actually does the calling. And that's a company based in San Diego that actually does the calling.
We talked about that, but that's not this company, right?
Not them, no. But
So that would
however,
be a
the
separate.
The services would be contracted through them.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't know what you meant by.
And that's where
Maybe I didn't say it
yeah,
right,
they help to
sorry.
put the survey questions, the voter survey questions together.
The RP process is pretty long. So if we actually go through the RP process, we probably won't get a poll till once we secure a company. It'll probably be around April, May. Is that about right?
The RFP process can take anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks because you do have to do some advertising in the newspaper. So probably anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna respectfully disagree. Because I've been on this board and we went out for a superintendent. And that RFP like whizzed through in 2 months. So like a month, something like that, a month, 2 months. So I don't think 8 weeks is going to be, you know, the actual timeline. So I think we can go out for it. In my opinion, but
So just to be clear, like this is a limited scope contract of just doing the polling, just to see if the community would be favorable towards a bond.
Yes.
And that's where the contract ends.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to any other services that, in regards to a bond, that would be a different contract and there'd probably be a lot more involved in that part of it, right?
Yeah.
This is just getting to the point to make that decision.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the timeline is important. So maybe if, I'm not sure what the specific concern is here. I do see, I mean, if he's refinancing our past bond, and then, yeah, he might be like really for the bond. I think it's important to have a impartial, neutral, look at it. But I don't know if maybe an RFP process it doesn't need to happen with 2 months, but find a contractor that maybe is, somebody without that conflict. I don't know. But I do think we need to look at that timeline and make sure that we don't fall behind, because depending on what the community says, I think a lot will invest in their K through 12. And I think that funding is vital for us, especially with declining enrollment and all the things that we need to do with the ages of our buildings and all the things that we can do. So I definitely don't want to miss the opportunity.
so one more, another question I had. Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. The Dale Scott Company, who is going to go and give this, farm this out to the San Diego company, will they be having input into the questions on the survey?
Yes. So we would have input. They would have input because they're the one knowledgeable about what voters sometimes do because they help with that. But the actual, that's why I didn't know what Mrs. Stewart was alluded to, but any company that does it, they're gonna have to go hire out the muscle, companies that do the phone calling and all that. So even if we were to bring out a different company to take the place of Dale Scott, whoever company that is still gonna have to go out and hire posters, people to make the phone calls. So, but I get your point. You're saying you want an independent person. I mean, if that's the direction, we can certainly do that. We can try to do it expedite as much as possible and see where it goes.
I think it's important myself, and I'm going to ask my fellow board members in a moment as well, because it seems like we're not there yet to undertake a contract with Dale Scott. So if we're not there yet, but yet we're going to go through a survey with them and we don't approve this contract tonight, which I hope we don't because we haven't surveyed anyone yet. It would, to me, it just looks a little muddied. So having someone independent from outside and coming in who isn't associated with the person in this contract probably would make this process a little bit more transparent.
Is that everybody? That's the direction then? Is that?
But I do want to hear from my fellow board members.
Well, So I have my personal opinions about the bond. However, I would like to go forward and just have this company go ahead and do the research, the survey, and get it over with so that we can have that information. We can also, as a district, reach out and do our own survey also. I mean, is that possible also to reach out to our families? So we could do that and even compare. So I would like to go and get the survey right now and not waste any more time.
I don't think we've heard from board member Dison.
I have no comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member Stewart?
I'm a little bit torn right now. One, I agree that I do feel like it should be an independent because I do see the conflict of interest there. I actually brought up doing our own polling. Do you want to talk to that of what you kind of explain with the scientific, the posters, the difference between us polling and...
Yeah, it's a whole science when you're polling. There's kind of like right now, if we were to go poll and say who's going to win the president, we wouldn't do that, right? Just like we wouldn't. So you would hire posters to do that work. It's the same thing. So there's nuances to it. The questions they ask, the routine questions that they ask to try to triangulate. It's a huge science behind it. So they're experts in doing it.
Right, and so I kind of feel like maybe both could be done because I expressed that I feel like our community is our voters, and we can look that up and see who's voting and who has been voting, and we can ask them as well. So that was my suggestion. I guess, one, I'm a little bit disappointed if we're saying that this timeline is so rushed in 6 to 8 weeks for an RFP. Why do we start the process so late?
This is the time that we would normally do it. I think when you heard the presentations and our meetings, we fall within that timeline. I think, but like I said, if we're not gonna use this poster, we gotta act now. We gotta go out and get people right now. Get them in here as soon as possible. Not posters, but the company that's gonna help us poll.
I feel like sometimes with the uncertainty of not knowing that we might start processes a little bit sooner because we don't know how the board's going to feel until we discuss it openly. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Stewart. Board member Critchfield?
I would say polling is definitely a science. It's not just sending out a survey to your school community, especially because you're looking at high propensity voters and you're looking at like the community as a whole, then the whole and who's voting. So we may not have access to all that, whether then we go through like PDI or something, but then, who has the expertise and staff to like go through that. So, I mean, I see the importance of having a pollster and get that information for sure. I understand the timeline, and I know this is kind of the timeline we had talked about, so I'm fine with that. But we at least need to find out how the community would feel, because again, it would be a terrible thing to pass up the opportunity and not have the investment go to our kids. I think that we would regret it as a district, especially with this type of election and just the odds being more favorable, and with the good things that we're doing as a district to really get that support that our schools are going to need, especially with declining enrollment. It's really important. I don't want to jeopardize that. So I would say that the scope of work for this, of just doing the polls, if we were really tight with that and very clear, I would be okay with going for it. But I also don't think that it would be that hard to find another one. So I would be more in favor of not necessarily having to go through an RFP for something this scope, but I think that we could find somebody that's willing to do it. I mean, pollsters, I don't think they're that hard to find.
If it's an RFP, that would take longer, or we just if you trust the staff to go ahead and find somebody to come in that's independent from this, we can also do that. That'll be more efficient. But you have to give me direction of whether you want RFP or you want us to go find somebody.
General Counsel, I have a question. If we're going to move forward with a contracted pollster, correct, to create this survey, do we have to go out for an RFP, or can we just choose one that staff recommends?
You can go through an informal bid process to select whatever pollster you guys want to use. It doesn't have to be an RFP.
Okay, perfect. And could you, I'm sorry, I'm a little naive as to that process. Would you be able to give us a little bit more information?
The gist of it is you contact 3 providers and you get quotes and you pick one.
And that all has to be brought forward to the board, correct?
You can authorize staff to basically go out and get 3 bids and pick one of them and put a condition that it's the lowest bid, one with the best reputation. There's a whole host of ways you can authorize staff to do it.
Okay, thank you. Can you restate what's that process again?
3 bids, and you pick from the 3.
3 bids. Board members, what do you think about 3 bids? Thoughts, please.
I'd be favorable to an informal bid process if it sped up the process.
Sorry, I misspoke. 3 quotes.
3 quotes.
From 3 pollsters.
3 quotes.
So I would be fine with that, and I would leave it open. If we got 3 quotes and then staff were to choose a neutral party to conduct those surveys, I think that would be fine.
I'd be open to the polling company and getting the 3 bids, and I'd still be open to just asking our families. I don't know. I feel like that's not that difficult of a thing to do. They have questions. I understand it's not the scientific polling, but we're not even to that point yet. We're just asking general questions. So I would be in favor of that as well.
Board Member Armstrong?
I stated my position.
Can I add one thing, if I may? With this part of the process, I just want to make sure I'm clear with it. We're looking for the political polling on the how successful going out for a bond would be. Separate from that, and after that, that's when we would, because I agree with my colleague Ms. Stewart, that's when we would survey our families and find out which projects would be the most favorable and all of that communication, correct?
Yeah. So when you poll, you have to ask questions on things that you think staff may like. You know, for example, or the community may want. For example, pollsters will tell you emotionally, the staff and parents always say, we want fields, we want this, we want that. But a lot of times when you poll, the athletic fields don't come in big. It's about safety, it's about infrastructure, it's about leaky roofs and all that. That's something we would act like the parents and thinking, let's advertise that we're going to have a nice football stadium. But pollsters will tell you, no, you don't do that. Have it within there that you can use the funding for, but your main ohm should be on this particular areas because that's when so that kind of a science is what they bring to the table.
Your mic.
Another question will be, for example, what would be your vote if you know that this is to go separate, say, middle school from the high schools, you know, and then if there are Cerritos bond versus Bellflower bond, is that, or would you vote then, or which one would you vote for if both are in the ballot, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of nuances, but they work with us to basically ask what do we want to do, and then they bring their expertise in to help us evaluate the questions and all that. But anybody we choose that does this is going to know how to do the same thing. It doesn't have to be Dale Scott. So.
I'm in Board Member Dizon.
I'd say I'm in favor of whatever will provide the most objective view of what our community and what our families believe would be right for our district.
I'm in favor of the 3 quotes as well.
Point of order, since there's multiple things on this agenda item, how does that work?
So a motion would be in order to approve the items excluding the Dale Scott contract, and the motion would also include the prerogative of the individual making the motion of whether to go out to an informal bid or whether to accept the contract, but basically you have to bifurcate. Motion to approve the remaining items on item 12.13, and then a motion separate for what you want to do with the Dale Scott contract.
I make a motion to approve 12.13 with the exception of the Dale Scott contract and and to go out for informal bid process, quote process. What do you call it? Three quotes in substitute of that. It's messy. It works.
Second. Roll call, please.
Ms. Dizon?
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong?
No.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. Thank you. Now we're going to go ahead and go into informational items. Does the board have any questions regarding the informational items this evening? Okay. Hearing none.
I'm sorry, I have one question.
Yes.
Just as far as like the Board of Education, I know I'm doing a lot of conferences and things like that. Is there a budget for us each, or overall for all of us?
No, there isn't. There isn't. But it's up to you if you want to establish one, though.
Is it possible to, on our Friday memo, also get the last year of all of our conferences? I know you just provided the from June to now. Can we get the entire year? Fiscal year? Yeah. Thank you.
So I actually asked for that, the calendar year, since we've been on the board, just the totals from that, if in addition to what Ms. Stewart's asking, because I'd asked for that. No, it was only like the last couple months. But what I'm curious about is the entire year, and I do think it's something that we should look at as far as being able to support continued education and professional development. I think is really important. I just think it's something to look at as far as how we do that and how we share that knowledge with the rest of the board. But that could be another conversation.
Any other questions, comments about informational items? Perfect. So if there is no objection, this meeting is adjourned at 10:10 until the board self-evaluation workshop to be held on Saturday, November 11, 2023.